Very good morning to all of you joining us on our social media platforms as we're coming to you live here from the Swakopmund go-karting track as we bring you the Rotax Max National Karting Championship Leg 6. Now earlier this morning we spoke to your go back and the heat is turning up. We're talking about just 3 races left for this season. Leg 6, Leg 7 and Leg 8, and it all comes down today to that very much important podium positions that will see the races going up a spot and trying to challenge for those log standings. Now we've got the Bambino class that is ready for the action, and of course we've got some favorites in that category as the Kayamo twins, ultimately the favorite ones to take it today, and of course Mila giving them some steam from behind in third. So it's going to be very interesting to see what's going to happen in that Bambino class. We're going to bring you all those action and more live all day long. And here we've got the Bambino class lining up as they're going to take it first. We've got here just them getting into podium positions. Of course, we had the qualifying earlier. And we see the twins, the Kayama twins in action, as well as Mila Buerta that will be in action here in the Bambino class, as we see the race organizers just trying to get all the kiddies in their rightful positions, as from one down to the last one. Of course, Nande being, of course, the favorite for today in cart number 92. They on the left-hand side of your screen, and his brother will start in second, which is in cart number 91. That's Mandume Kayamo, and then Mila Buerta is in cart number 5, followed then, of course, her brother is also in the race. In the green overall there, that is of course Miko Buerta, and then we've got the likes of Ben Goldback and the Kutsia sisters. So we've got two sets of brothers and sisters in this race, and this is of course one of the favorite categories of organizer Your Goldback, as it's very pretty tight between all of these kiddies. And as we can see there with the green helmets in front, that is of course Nande Kayamo and his brother Mandume, followed then by the brother and sister duo of Mila and Miko, and then the two sisters, the Kutsia sisters, as well as Ben Goldback. And we're finally off with this race, as we see them making moves early on there between the two Kayamo brothers. And it seems like at this point in time that Mandume had his brother's number there, taking the lead early on. And no, it's still Nande that still has the lead there in cart number 92. And followed by his brother Mandume, and of course Mila Buerta in the orange kit, and her brother also behind us. So we've got a sibling rivalry happening down here at the Swakopmund go-karting track. If you are of course in the vicinity, do come make a turn. It seems that Mandume actually made a move there on his brother once again. Yes, we do have, of course, Nande leading things, the affair right now, as they come around that hairpin. As they come around that hairpin, and then that's, of course, Nande Kayamo, Mandume Kayamo, followed by Nande, and then Mila Buerta. Nande back in the lead as he takes control of the race. These kids obviously being no more than the age of 7, as they all compete in the Bambino class, all between the ages of 5 to 7. And a very much competitive class, and especially between the 3 in front, as we see them coming there, they're really establishing a lead. Those 4 now, as we said, the sibling rivalry between the Mandumes, the Kayamos, pardon me, and the Buertas. We've seen the lead change multiple times within this race already, as Mandume and his brother Nande keep switching first and second. However, Mila is trying to maintain her distance from her brother, as the top 3 is starting to break away from Miko, who is currently in 4th position. And this, of course, coming to you live from the Swakopmund go-karting track, as we bring you the Rotax Max National Karting Championship, Leg 6. And things are really tightening up within the championship, as we see podium finishes coming from the likes of Nande, most recently, and his brother. And they're all closing up on that podium, that top spot, that elusive top spot. And we're going to see them lapping here past one of the sisters And we see Miko there in your shots as he comes around that after that straight. It's about 100 meters straight that they go, and these carts don't seem very fast on your screens, but trust me, these kids are going at quite a speed as they come around that hairpin now, and we see another sister being lapped here as they come around that straight to get the straight, and Mila on the outside and trying to get back on the inside, and not yet there, not managing to get past. That is of course Ben Goldback in cart number 6, and the sisters are of course Ranel Kutsia, which is in cart number 444, and of course Erlin pardon me, Kutsia and cart 333. So 444 and 333, of course, then the Kutsia sisters, while Ben Goldback is in cart number 6. And we still see the Mandume brothers actually trying to get a bit of a distance on Mila now, and that's in cart number 92 is of course Nande, still managing the affair up front. And of course, yes, these carts go quite a bit of speed, especially for these kids. And let's not even talk about the G-force going around those turns at those speeds, and of course the bumps and on the track, and these all, you have to be pretty fit. If you think you're just going to sit in a cart and drive all day, you've got to be pretty fit for your body to be able to maintain and handle these bumps throughout the day. Of course, 3 heats coming to you throughout the day, so the Bambinos will be racing 3 times today, and then later on, of course, another favorite is the DT2 category that we will see another podium challenge, which is between the likes of Richie, Ivan, and of course that is Justus. And we've got a bump there by Nandi and Mila, who is of course could have some trouble, and that gives Nande quite a bit of space there as he passes Yalri Kutsia, one of the sisters. I think that's the 3rd one that they're lapping now, and Nande with a considerable lead now, very convincing lead for him within this championship race, heat number 1, and it seems that the other 2 are resolved, and we've seen Mila there in your screens at the back, that she is leading the affair there in 2nd so far, and we still see Nande with a considerable lead as he goes down the straight at this point in time. Massive lead there for him as he takes that turn. And those are one of the sisters that is of course trailing, that has been lapped at this point in time. So it's interesting to see what's happening between Mandume and that is of course Mila Botha that had that bump there. And we see Mila in the shot there at the back coming around that turn. So she seems to be in 2nd position at this point in time. And I haven't seen Mandume at this point. And there you go, Nande, hands in the air. And he's throwing it and he's happy. That is, of course, a final lap for him, coming around those turns. And he's going to face this one to the right-hand side and then come back for that hairpin turn. And then it's almost straight home for him with a massive lead as he takes that beautiful lap. And it seems that Mila once again is in 2nd position, and we see the checkered flag is out here for Nandi. And that is of course Nandi coming around that turn. There we go. And Nandi, they taking that first Bambino race. What a beautiful race there for him. Nandi, and Mila coming in on 2nd, and of course Mandume at this point in time in 3rd. I'm not seeing him at this point in time. Miko crashing in there into a tire as he tried to come into the pit areas. That is, of course, Mila Botha's. We see the Kayamo, the parents just trying to help out there. Everybody just getting in on the action and just trying to get Miko in safely. And we see Mila coming in now to the pit area, putting up her hand just for safety regulations. And what a beautiful race it has been by the Bambinos. Of course, and Nandi taking that one, claiming that victory, and just establishing his lead just a bit more in the championship. And that is, of course, ultimately what they have wanted to gain from this. And it seems that they're rushing out to one of, that is, of course, Mandume. After that crash seemed to be off the track. So they're rushing over just to collect his cart. Yes, that is, of course, Mandume's cart in cart number 91. That is why we didn't see there. He is sitting on the tire. Such a shame for this young lad to be missing out on this one. But sure enough, he'll be back in the next race, hoping that there's not too much damage. We do see there, of course, on your shot, Ben sitting there in his cart. Ben Goldback is, of course, one of the races that just finished. And you see cart number 91 being pushed around there. That is, of course, Mandume's cart. And he had a little bit of a crash there with the likes of Mila Bueta. And that led to Mila claiming second. We will hear later on whether or not there were some penalties given by, that is, of course, the racing officials on the day, just to see what is going on exactly. And we see the car just being picked up over there and just taken to the pit area to be assessed. And we see the crews there from Mila's crew just trying to talk to her about strategies and how to go around these turns. Of course, these races very technical to go around those turns. And look at those beautiful gold locks, and what a race she just had. And there you've got Dad consoling Mandume. It's okay, just a tap on the back. It's part of the sport. And you can see him trying to explain to his dad what happened between the two of them. He was, of course, in second, and then, of course, his brother in first, while Mila was in third when that little incident happened. What a beautiful race that was, of course, between the Mandume and Nandi, the Kayamo brothers, and of course Mila Bueta. Now we did see an incident happening there between Mila and Mandume. We do have father in the house just to tell us whether Mandume is okay and if his cart is okay. We saw the cart being pushed off there. Is everything in order? Are we going to see Mandume racing in the next one? That's all. That's the answer I want.
Definitely, he will be racing in the next one. Obviously, got bumped, and then he spun out of the race, and then obviously the engine switched off. But definitely, we will get him ready for the second heat, and he's quite excited, and he's obviously was disappointed, but I think he's looking forward for the second heat, and it's going to be interesting.
So, as a father, how are you feeling in terms of if you see the lead changing like that? They were taking on one another there for a bit, Mandume and Nandi changing the lead there up until the incident happened. So, how do you as a father decide, go Mandume, go Nandi? Or are you just screaming for both?
No, we obviously have to scream for both, and I mean the only thing as a parent that we can do is to encourage both of them, and it has to be competitive between the two of them, and it has to be like that. So as you can see, they're competing among each other, and you can see Nande with the first hit, obviously taking it. So they're competing against each other. So as a parent, it's good to see that there is competition between the two of them, and for the fans as well. You know, that are here to see the race. Fantastic.
Awesome stuff. Just healthy competition between the Kayamo brothers. Now we do also have Mila's mom standing by, and she's going to tell us how Mila's feeling after that, taking second. Just talk to us about what happened exactly there. Is Mila okay? Is she everything? Kart is fine. Everything.
I know Mila's perfect. Big smiles all around. So, it's a tough race. Nana and Mandume are so fast, and they don't make mistakes. So it's good competition for Mila, and it's tough for her to lose. But she knows when she did her best. So she's all smiles. I'm not exactly sure what happened there, but there was a little bump. But she still managed second, so I'm proud of her.
Awesome stuff. Now there you heard it from mom and dad. Everybody's just proud, and it's healthy competition down here at the Swakopmund go-karting track. We do of course have the junior max and senior max categories coming up next, and some interesting races between those as well. And we're just going to keep it. You saw it yourself. The action is here. If you do find yourself in Swakopmund, do come down and come join us and come say hi to the crew. There we see the Kayamo brothers, they just walking together, and a very tough race they just had, especially in terms of Mandume spinning out there with a little bit of an incident next to Mila Bueta. The race coming up next is of course then junior and senior max categories, where we've got the likes of Kobus Reinicker as a junior racer, and with his new kart we'll definitely catch up with them later onwards and just chat about the kart he has and how he's feeling in that kart. He's of course been giving the senior max category a bit of tough time, and now with his new kart, definitely going to be giving some more action or some more trouble to the senior max category. And we do see, of course, formation lap there as they warm up their tires. And as you could see there in the front of in the orange kart, kart 160, that is of course Kobus Reinicke that we just spoke of, and he already in the qualifiers got that starting position at pole position, and that is exactly what he will be looking forward to keep and try to make it very difficult for the likes of Alan Smith, that is of course next to him in the blue overalls, and then in kart number 17. And then the rest of the squad, also in the junior max category, is then Darius Kotze. He will also be giving Kobus then a run for his money there. And it's going to be very interesting to see who then, of course, will be taking that one. And they are off as we start lap number 1 here in the senior and junior max categories. And it's going to be a tough race, but definitely an interesting one. And we see Kobus still maintaining the lead at this point in time in kart 160. Then followed by the rest of the squad. That is, of course, my apologies. That is, of course, Martin Gous in the blue overalls in kart number 20, just behind him. And 116 then is then Darius Kotze. So it's junior max, senior max, junior max in terms of positioning at this point in time. And Kobus in the past kept talking about how he is just trying to give the senior max category a tough time, and participants and drivers a tough time, and ultimately you can see the lead he's gaining in that new kart. So much confidence with that kart coming around that turn, and that is a 100-meter sprint down that line, and what a beautiful the shot we do have there. And it's absolutely amazing to see the type of speed that these cars pick up. So if you are in the Swakopmund area, do come join us and come see the speed and action for yourself. And as they come around that hairpin turn, and we see Kobus once again going down that 100 meters straight, and followed by Martin Gous still in second, and Darius Kotze in third, and that is of course 117, and that is of course the likes of Chucky van Dijk in a kart 777, my apologies. And that is, of course, still Kobus leading the affair, coming around the hairpin again as he makes that turn. And really getting quite the lead now, establishing a massive, massive lead. The closest car to him is about 20 to 30 meters behind him. And that is, of course, Martin Gous. And yes, as I said, he really is gunning for that position. And then we've got the likes of Darius Kotze in third, and that is of course Chucky van Dijk in kart number 777, trying to give everyone a tough time. So first, second and third at this point in time is senior max, junior max, senior max, junior max. It will be very interesting to see whether somebody can make a move or try to pick up or gain some distance or close the distance between the likes of Kobus and his kart. Maybe in terms of Martin trying to gain on him, but Darius is still trying to hold on to Martin as the action between 2 and 3 continues. But at this point in time, Kobus has such a lead. I don't think, unless something happens, and I'm not saying commentators curse, but I don't see him slowing down at any point in time and somebody catching up to him, because he's about to overlap at this point in time even. And there we see Kobus actually gaining on one of the participants at the back. And it looks like we're going to have an overlap at this point in time as he tries to pass. And he does so successfully. And he's passed. And at this point in time seems like Andre Esbach that he was passing by. And look at him go with that kart. Absolutely massive speed that we're seeing here as Kobus goes again around that hairpin. And at this point in time, went past Andre Esbach, and then that is, of course, the like of Kobus coming around the corner and down that straight, and we see Esbach there. Esbach at this point in time, the last competitor, and you saw there before the cut, it was Martin Gous still in the second position in the other white kart with the blue overalls, and seems like the race is becoming quite tight at the back, but Kobus is not showing any sign of slowing down at this point in time, and he remains and has that lead. And we still see the green flags out. Green flags, of course, meaning that it's race on, nothing is wrong. Full speed ahead, and these you'll see the different flags throughout the day, of course, as safety precautions to have those flags out as soon as something happens. So we've got the likes of Kobus still very much in control here of things as he comes around that corner, and beautiful weather that we have, of course, here in Swakopmund today. Beautiful day for racing. It's a bit cool, and the sun is coming out to play now as well. So the track will also start warming up. So there's going to be much more action as the day progresses. This is, of course, heat number 1 of that is the junior and senior max categories. Here at your Swakopmund go-karting track, just outside Swakopmund as you enter Swakopmund from a Windhoek side, of course, from a western side, from an eastern side, my apologies. That is exactly where we are. So if you can make a turn, do turn off at that first circle as you enter Swakopmund and turn to your right. You can't miss that billboard and come join us here. Lots of good food and snacks and drinks. And of course, good go-karting action as you see Kobus is still dominating the affair, and we don't see anybody chasing him at this point in time, and I think he is enjoying this new kart. He was really sticking it to them with his old kart, but now he's definitely dominating. There is no way that anybody's catching him at this point in time. And of course, at this point in time, it still looks like Martin Gous in kart number 20 in the blue overalls, as of course second, followed then there by the likes of Darius Kotze in kart number 26, 616, apologies. And we've got a spin out as I talk about Darius Kotze. You can see him spinning out there around the hairpin, and that could be because of the track warming up and that turn getting a lot more slippery as the day progresses. So we've got to keep an eye on that, and it seems like yellow flags are out. Caution to the drivers on that is of course on the track to slow down a bit. And we see then of course Reineke trying to overtake there once again, and it looks like the likes of Zane Venter at this point in time that is there, and Kobus passes him once again. And it seems that Darius is still off the track, not back into this race just yet, after spinning out there around the corner at the hairpin. And there we've got Reineke in your shot once again, and I think this was close to the final lap coming out now, and he has definitely secured his spot in this first heat, and it looks like Martin and Darius and the rest of the squad should try and make up for some good time. We do see Quibus's time there coming lap speed, and then of course Gous, and then Chucky van Dijk there in third, and then Venter, as well as then of course Martin in kart number 67, and Esbach, and then of course Darius, who span out then in kart number 16. So some good racing here between all of these. Green flags still out, race still very much on, and some good racing in these Oaks out here at the Swakopmund go-karting track. And you can see there in the center of the field, Darius still out with his kart, so maybe something happened there. And we see Quibus still with a considerable lead, and massive lead for him, and he'll be very happy with what he's accomplished here in the first heat. And that, of course, there he goes, hands up in the air, and very well deserved victory for the young Quibus Reinicke. What a master at work he is, watching him race. So congratulations there, Quibus, and what a beautiful race that was. Very early on established a steady lead, and it just grew and grew and grew up until the point where nobody could catch him, not even his shadow. So at this point in time, you'll see him pulling off to the left-hand side. Job well done there, Quibus, and we'll see the likes of Martin Gous coming in second place, and then Chucky van Dijk in kart number 777. And what beautiful racing then by the Junior Max and Senior Max categories. Great racing by them. And there you've got card number 2 in your shot. That is, of course, Andre Esbach, and the likes of Martin Gous coming in there at the back, and Chucky van Dijk in your shot currently. Van Dijk, apologies. So what beautiful racing that was between the Junior and Senior Max category drivers. Of course, Quibus Reinicke taking that one, and seeing Darius Kotze actually spinning out there at some point in time. Now after this, we'll see the Micro and Mini Max categories then in action, and what a beautiful race that promises to be as well. Oh, what a beautiful race we saw there from the youngster Kobus Reineke. Kobus, I know you've got a new card. Talk to us about that new card. How are you feeling? I see the hairs all over the place, and what a beautiful race that was.
The kart feels absolutely amazing. The other one, it was rugged and stuff. This is so smooth. Oh, I can just pass everyone so easily.
Now let's talk about how you got the card. Did you know about the card coming? What exactly happened?
I had no idea this was my kart. Last weekend, I was just driving with my old one, and they said there's a new guy in Senior Max, and I was like, oh, what's his name? And they said they don't even know, but he has this new Sodi kart, and I was like, okay, cool. And then that afternoon, they tell me it's my kart, and then I'm like, what?
And now you just all over the place. Now, how did you feel taking that lead from the start and keeping that lead and just keeping it? How much work was that to just keep it steady?
The hard thing for me was because the Senior Maxes are faster in the straight. So the whole thing was Martin could have passed me on the outside, and I was scared for that. But at least I got a great start, and then it was just racing after there.
Awesome, just racing after that, and that is exactly what we want. Now, apart from Kobus in the race, we also had Zane Venter. He's trying to hide from us at this point in time. Zane, give me a high five there. Now, talk to us about your racing. How are you feeling after that race, heat number 1?
Well, this track's definitely not that tough on the body and everything, so it's a short track, went well actually. The track still has to get a bit of heat, a bit more grip, and then we'll see what the race does.
How difficult is it to catch up to that guy with his new kart, especially if he takes a considerable lead like that?
No, he's still a class under us, a Junior Max, so they also have they're quite lighter, not as fat as arms, so they are much fitter, practice a lot. So with practice, you get that far.
And the weather, you're loving the weather. It's not as hot as Windhoek. At least it's not as hot in your suit.
Yeah, no, it's much cooler. The sun definitely starting to warm up, but we'll see. Maybe it stays nice, cool during the day. Wind, nice, cool. So we'll have a look.
Awesome stuff. Now there you heard it from the racers, and we're going to bring you some more races after this. Of course, mini and micro, and there promise to be some more action, just like in the previous one. Also do preview, of course, that is the races, and we've got Mark that will be driving in the DT2 Masters category later on. Now Mark, today you're a Lone Ranger, and you're going to take to the course with the DT2 competitors. Just talk to us about you then, of course, then gaining that lead, but not just that, racing experience as you're very much new to this as well.
I think it's going to be a very nice experience to come out with the other guys that have got a lot more experience than what I do, and I think we should do well. I hope so.
Now, how is it just feeling that the weather, does that play a role for you, especially in Windhoek? We know we've been struggling a bit with the heat, so today a lot less, it's a lot cooler, and the sun is coming out, but that doesn't seem to be playing much of a role at this point.
Yeah, I think the cooler weather is also going to play in our favor, and it's not going to be so tiring.
Now, are you trying to give these youngsters a tough time in the DT2 category as soon as you go on there, or are you just going to take it race by race?
I think I'll try and see if I can try and stick to them and see what happens.
There you have it. We're going to see what happens as Mark takes on the Masters category, but this time going out with the DT2. That is, of course, Richie, Ivan, and Justus that will be taking on Mark. Mark, of course, in his own class. So beautiful racing to look forward to for the rest of the day. And heat number 1 still coming up with the micro and mini class. yes, welcome back. We do have, of course, the micro and mini class preparing to go up next, and that's going to be a very close race as we bring you some great racing in your shot. Then there was mini class driver Jan Hendrik Kutsia, JH Kutsia, and he's going to have some great racing today as well. And there is the pits also for you, and some beautiful shots coming to you there from here, of course, Swakopmund racing track. And we see some last minute touches on some of those cards and or fixes on the cards as they prepare to go out for the next races and such. And weather absolutely amazing here at Swakopmund. And if you are in the vicinity too, please come join us and come say hi to the crew. It's absolutely amazing, the vibe here. We do see some of those racers under the umbrella. The sun, of course, is out, so don't want anything to be too hot. And at this point in time, for the delay, there's a bit of an issue with our scoring system. So we're just trying to fix that before the races continue. Of course, the scoring system and timing systems very much vital to the racing world, as times and laps are recorded for each and every one of them. So absolutely essential to have those in place, of course. And if you did join us only now, welcome. You are seeing footage here from the Swakopmund go-karting track as we bring you the Rotax Max National Championship Leg 6. yet another beautiful race here at the Swakopmund go-karting track. That is, of course, the micro and mini-max categories that we will see the likes of Sissel Koorts, Mika Goldback, also in action, Sebastian van die Kerk, Paul Oosthuizen, Milan Coetzee, Jan-Hendrik Coetzee, and Heinrich Ross, all taking part within these two categories, racing as one. So some beautiful races that we've already seen thus far, and some tight competitions. We've seen a bump or two, and a crash or two, and a spin out or two, and it's just beautiful action. We of course had Kobus Reineke, who was taking on the senior max category, of course in his category the junior max, and racing together. And what a beautiful race he had, taking a massive lead there with his new kart. And now we've got the likes of the major ones is, of course, we've got about 1, 2, 3, 4 micro max drivers within this one. And then we've got the likes of the mini max. We've got another 3 within this category. So the race has now kick-started, and we've got the in card number 414, Paul Oosthuizen, in the Micro Max class, taking the lead, and then leading the affair at this point in time. And what a beautiful race this could be. And there at the back we saw the likes of, that is of course Mika Goldback with a pink helmet, and we've got the spin out, just as we spoke earlier on about all the spin outs and bumps and bruises. And there you've got it on the first lap, and we've got kart number 44 taking the lead. That is of course Sissel Koorts, as he continues racing hard and strong in his kart in red overalls there. And now the drama starts, as we've got the likes of, that is of course Paul Oosthuizen, that should fight his way all the way to the front once again, and it's going to be very interesting to see whether or not he can do that. And now somebody that's also familiar with the track is of course Sebastian van die Kerk, and he will always be seen training here, and he's currently in second position, as I said, kart number 29 there in your shot. And so the race is between Sissel Koorts and Sebastian van die Kerk currently within the Micro Max category. And it's going to be quite an interesting one if the likes of Sebastian can keep it tight to Paul, or the likes of, that is of course Sissel. And we saw there Paul at the back of that shot there, just trying to make his way all the way back. It's going to be interesting to see whether or not he can make it all the way back. And so far as we talk, we've got the likes of Koorts leading the affair currently. Lap time and 19 laps to go, and it's going to be a very long race, but don't blink, you might just miss it. And then we've got Van die Kerk there in second, and we've got Coetzee, that is of course Milan Coetzee in kart number 222, and that is of course in kart 77 we've got Mika Goldback, and then we've got Heinrich Ross and the likes of Hendrik Coetzee in kart number 11, 111. And there you've got in your shot once again Sissel Koorts and Sebastian van die Kerk, and they've built up quite a lead on the rest of the pack. So in terms of catch up for the likes of Paul Oosthuizen, he's got a lot to do as he span out there in the first lap. And unfortunate there for the youngster, as it's going to be quite frustrating to try and work his way back. And we see the likes of Sissel now trying to get a considerable lead actually on the likes of, that is of course Sebastian. And you see actually Koorts trying to get back very quickly and catching up with the chasing pack. And we see there behind at the back, you've got Sebastian there also off the track. So that means it's open game now, game time for the likes of Sissel Koorts. He's got nobody chasing him at this point in time, and there, my apologies, there is Sebastian. He's still very much in the lead or in the chase, and one of the other riders just off the track. And there you see card 14 and 70 just going past there. And yeah, it's good to see those racers still very much in the action as GOKART just keeps his tail up and going as he tries to keep that lead. Massive lead there for him, of course, at this point in time. GOKART's trying to overtake there at this point in time is, of course, Mika Golbak in card 77. And they're just in front of, that is, of course, Sissel, who is currently in the lead in this micro and mini max categories. That is, of course, Sissel being in card number 44, right in the center of things there. And it seems that he took on the outside. Nope. He's still within the chase to try and get past there. And we see another overlap. And Sissel now a whole lap before the rest of the chasing pack. And you can see Sebastian there with the green at the back, trying to make his way through behind Mika Golbak and trying to get through there throughout this race. It's going to be quite a tough one as they start lapping their competitors. That is, of course, Sissel and Sebastian are in the micro max category. We do have, of course, Heinrich Ross, Jan-Hendrik Kutsia, and that is, of course, Mika Golbak, who is in their very own race while they're racing in here. They do have their own fight for the mini max categories. So 2 races within one, and that's how we do it here, just to make sure that everybody gets a fair chance of racing on the day. And now, of course, this is the 6th leg as from 8, so things are really trying to, or getting to the point of tightening up as the log standings and the standings are starting to get very tight at the top in each and every category. Now the racer that you are seeing there on your screens, Sissel GOKART, has been having a considerable lead and very much dominative at most of these events. So Sissel very much in a comfortable position, and he would like for this heat number 1 to go his way once again. And by the look of things, he's got everything under control at this point in time. So as he takes on that 100-meter sprint down the line, and just in front of him we saw the likes of Jan-Hendrik Kutsia there in the shot as he tries to catch up to Jan-Hendrik, and if he overlaps him, that would be, of course, the third driver that he would be overlapping at this point in time. In second position currently we still have the likes of Sebastian van die Kerk chasing Sissel. He fell short or behind a bit there, behind the likes of Mika, who was still very much a lap behind the likes of Sebastian and Sissel. So Sebastian has quite a number of space to still try and catch up to, as we see Sissel coming around that corner, and just in front of him is Jan-Hendrik Kutsia, and he's trying to just overlap and pass him there, as he is a whole lap behind him. And there you've got Sissel almost closing in on that one, and if he can get past here, there's no way Sebastian or the rest of the chasing pack will be able to catch him at this point in time. And as we see the rest of the chasing pack coming around that turn down the straight and trying to make some good time, and we see Sissel there actually taking the lead now, or just going past Jan-Hendrik. And now he is past 3 of the racers at this point in time, overlapping 3 of them at this point in time. So what a considerable lead this young man has today on the rest of his competitors. Now we still see off the screens, that is, of course, Oosthuizen, that had a bit of a shaky first lap there, spinning out at some point in time. That is, of course, in card number 414 4:14, and he had some tough time. And we see the Sissel once again catching up to the likes of that is, of course, the other racers to try and overlap for a second time. So Sissel very much on a roll here, and as we see those blonde hair just poking under the helmet at that point in time. And there you go, Sissel just passed her and taking up another scalp there. And he is really building up his lead now and making sure that nobody catches him, as he really wants to secure this victory on heat number 1 in the micro max category. Seems like one of the drivers are struggling there at the back with carts. Can't really see at this point in time what that number is, but that's unfortunate for the drivers, as you do not wish to be stuck on the sideline. We ultimately want to be on the field or on the racetrack competing for top honors, and it must be so frustrating, especially for the youngsters at this point in time, to not have that, to not be on the track. And we see the final lap board popping up there for Swakopmund, and to the right hand side of your screen, so you can keep an eye on him, and he will definitely be throwing up his hands in the air very soon. And there you go, last time around, then that is of course the hairpin turn, as he comes around the long turn and straight into the straight, as he is victorious with the checker flag. And there you go, hands up in the air, celebrating. He knows what he did. Swakopmund takes the micro max category. And what a beautiful race there by him, establishing a lead from that first lap, as we saw Paul Westhuizen spinning out there and crashing, or spinning out and unfortunately not being able to make his way all the way back. So very sad there for the likes of Paul Westhuizen, but beautiful race there for Sissel, and securing that victory for him in heat number 2. Now, after this race, we do of course have the Max Torino class as well, and that's definitely going to be a nice one as well to watch. And we've got about 4 races in that category, so what a beautiful one that promises to be as well. Now we've got Ivan joining us here as he's taking part in the GT2 category. Now, Ivan, you're jumping away in pole at this point in time. And how's the nerves feeling, first of all, today? Are you settled? The weather is playing in everybody's favor. So how are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm a bit nervous, but yeah, I should be fine. The cart's doing what I want it to do. So from here on, it's just staying in front and keeping my head together.
So things are starting to heat up, especially in your category. Very tight between the three of you. It depends on who pitches up on the day and what the kart does. And yeah, unless the drama unfolds, are you hoping to have a great one?
Yeah, always have a great race. Yeah, with the setup, and so it's you either have it right or you don't have it right. But yeah, it all comes together on the track. So we have to see when the race unfolds.
Awesome stuff. Now we do still have some action on the field as it's of course the Max Torino class coming to you live, and stand by for that race. It's going to be a great one. This is, of course, the Max Torino class. And we've got Travis Nell there in pole position on your right-hand side. He will be jumping away in pole position in kart number 237. Apologies, they're switching them around. Nikki Benker is, of course, leading the affair. She is in kart number 101. And look at this atmosphere up in here. It's, of course, a festival vibe here in Swakopmund. Nikki Benker there in pole position. And then we've got the likes of Travis Nell. And that is, of course, Esbach. Hubert Esbach. And they're coming around this loop once again. That is, of course, restarting this race, it seems. And there we go, Nikki on the outside and Travis taking her on the inside. And now we've got the race off to start, and Nikki Benker there in the pink helmet, and Travis is definitely trying to give her a tough time on the outside, but Nikki's still controlling stuff if she can keep it in the inside, and Travis takes it, and Nikki not giving up. Nikki trying to really show him some stuff. We do see a red flag once again, and that means drivers have to slow down. and they're going to restart the affair once again at this point in time for the second time around. And you see match officials already starting or standing at the start line, and red flags out. And you can see Nikki giving a bit of a spin there. And the match race officials just talking there to Esbach, just in terms of just calming down. Don't try and bump the competitors or the opponent. And I'm not sure exactly what's going on in terms of Nikki and Travis. But there has been a red flag, and just trying to caution them to take it easy, especially with the formation lap. No passing by, keeping your formation as you go around those turns. Very disciplined sport code, and everybody has to comply and apply all the necessary rules to make sure that everybody is safe. And we've got the formation lap once again kick-starting, and Nikki Benker in the pink helmet leading the affair here for the Max Torino class. And the formation lap about to start, and there they have it. They're kick-starting Nikki Benker, Nel, and that is of course Hubert Esbach. And we see another red flag. That means they're going to have to restart once again. Not exactly sure. I think there is some problems in terms of how the racers are coming around that turn and giving each other some tough time, and not staying within their formation lap as they are supposed to. So it's going to be another restart here at this point in time. I think at this point in time, they're just trying to explain to the kids that the tires are not allowed to touch around that last turn, and I think that is the point in the problem that we're facing here, and the reason for the red flag popping up constantly. So no bumping, no pushing. Let's have a clean, proper start, and then we'll see the race getting underway soon, hopefully. They are still remaining in the formation lap, and this is of course the Max Torino class, as we see Nikki Benker in pole position in the pink and Travis Nell just next to her as they come around that turn. And now we've got things started here, and Travis Nell just showing his kart is a bit stronger and faster at this point in time as he takes the lead around that first 2 turns. And that's Travis in your shot there in kart number 237. And them coming around the first hairpin, first lap, of course, and in third position, as then, of course, Isbach in kart number 9. And the race will definitely be tightening up between Nikki Benker and Travis now, as Nikki jumped away in pole, so she's got some steam up that car, and she's definitely not going to make it easy for Travis at this point in time. And we still see Travis there coming around the first bend, and or that big bend, as they take on the 100 meters straight. And that's a spot where the racers can get quite a bit of speed up before taking those 2-3 close turns and then going into the 2 hairpins. It seems like Travis is at this point in time trying to grow his lead steadily but surely, especially on Nikki, as you see there on that wide shot that on the straight he's gaining a considerable lead, and even doing so very well on the bends as he just grows it slowly but surely. Nikki Benker still trying to catch up there to Travis. She did, of course, start in pole position, but unfortunately, Travis just had the upper hand there from the formation lap, and really put down the pedal to the metal and gained some great speed to take that first turn in the lead. So Travis now with a considerable lead and building it up even more so, about 20, 30, 40 meters between the two of them as they come down the straight. And green flag still out, so everything is still going good. If you are, of course, joining us now, this is the Swakopmund go-karting track where we bring you the Rotax Max National Karting Championship. And this is, of course, the Max Torino class. And we've got the likes of Esbach, Hubert Esbach in this one. We've got Nikki Benker and Travis Nell all racing for that elusive Max Torino title. And this is, of course, Heat 1. And we've had some 3, 4, 5 races prior to this, and beautiful races they were, as the competitors did, of course, give one another a tough time out there. And then we, of course, saw Sissel Koorts taking the previous one in the Micro Max class, and what a beautiful race he had there. And of course, after this race, we will have the likes of the DT2 category And now what a category that will be. And joining them today will of course be Mark Fillinger. He is of course then a Masters a driver which will be participating alone today against the likes of Justus, Ivan and Richard Slamet Jr. And we've got a spin out there. That is Trevor's that spun out, and now Nicky Benker can catch up to him, and he's just on the track, just made it in the nick of time. And now the gap between them has definitely closed, but fortunate for Travers that he built up such a great lead there, and then finally being able to get back on track with that lead and still maintain his run in front. And what a lucky guy he is there. And unfortunately then for Nicky, that she just wasn't a bit closer to him to be able to overtake him in the lead. So Trevor's still there with a great lead and still building it up slowly but surely once again. And you can see Nicky being a lot tighter than before, but so lucky Travis was to have such a big lead, and in terms of keeping that lead after the accident. But it's all good now, and all smiles as they come around this corner. And Nicky Scott just doesn't seem to be as fast as Travis to be trying to catch up. And Trevor taking that turn very smoothly once again after just going off the track just moments ago. So what an unlucky turn that was for him, but lucky enough had a major lead to just regain and collect himself and get back on track. And that seems like Nicky is actually catching up to Travis at this point in time. Can we still see her trying to gun for podium position as she comes on the inside? Will she keep that distance very close? And it seems like Travis just saved it, and he is still having the lead there. Not a very big one, but still a fairly good one as he tries to just keep that podium position within reach. And now they're going around the hairpin number 2. And Nicky still within reach of getting or stealing. So Travis definitely has to watch out in terms of going around the next few turns to not spin out and lose control of his card as he did a few laps ago. We see there again Nicky just on the edge of Travis, and they also almost a bump, and now we're ready to come around that big turn and on the straight. So if Nicky can make a move here, and unfortunately just a bit too far behind Travis to try and make a considerable move or a great move there around that bend. And you can see Travis's car spinning a bit there around that turn, so not very much stable around that turn. If Nicky can make a move there, she might just have his number, but Travis still very much in control as he looks composed and easy. He's not even looking towards the back or to the side. He's just staying focused on his ride at this point in time, and that's exactly the type of composure you want from a youngster going into the sport of, that is of course go-karting. And ultimately, if he has the dreams for it, maybe perhaps one day if one. It seems like the likes of Travis and Nicky are actually catching up to that. Is of course Hubert Etzbach, which is not far off. We see him coming around the corner again in the further distance. And Nicky's still trying to chase down Travis here, but Travis is just keeping or maintaining that lead just enough for him to hold her off at this point in time. as they come down that turn. Oh, we see some bumping there. But it's okay. Travis still has it as Nikki goes on the outside, and Travis is off the track and back onto the track, and we see Nikki overtaking him there. Beautiful control by the youngster to go off track there and try to maintain that, but back on track, and Nikki has the lead now. And I think if we could show her father at this point in time, his hands would be up and ready. And Nikki now actually gaining a considerable lead on the likes of Travis and that is of course Hubert Esbach, and Travis actually now going past Hubert, and still on the outside we've got the likes of Travis, and Nikki is massive lead that we had that we saw Travis having a few 10 laps or so back. He had a massive lead before he span out that first time. So at this point in time, Nikki has the upper hand as she comes around that corner, guns blazing, and what a beautiful run there by Nikki. And now we've got Travis chasing very hard, trying to make up for that lost distance that he just had around that corner. Of course, having a bumper-to-bumper action there, or tire-to-tire action there with the likes of Hubert Esbach, and then ultimately spinning out in that final turn, maybe just catching up to a weak point on the track and just too sharp, and the wheels just couldn't take that turn. Nikki Benker is of course the victor for the Max Torino class. What a beautiful race there, and for some actually would say that was actually a lucky shot. And what composure for Nikki to keep it that way as she came around that turn, with Travis getting back onto the track and just keeping her composure and handling it. So there we've got Travis in second, Nikki Benker in first, and Hubert Esbach, as we see Nikki throwing up her hand as she comes down. And that will be a great win for her, taking the first hit. Misfortune for that youngster, Travis Esbach, as we see him pulling down into the pits, followed by Hubert Esbach. Now, what beautiful racing we did, of course, see there from Nikki Benker and Travis Nell as Hubert and as well as Hubert Esbach. Now we have the DT2 category coming up, of course, next. And what a category to look forward to. That is, of course, Ivan and the likes of Justus and Richie, all three within that category. And joined today by, of course, that is Mark Fillinger, who is DT2 master. Now, what a race to look forward to. Mark being, of course, the older one between the four of them, but not giving any hint to these boys, as he said that he wants to up his game. And what a better way to do than in this category. Now, we know in the past that Richie did have some issues with his card, and not just in the last one, but in the last 2 or 3 legs. So it's going to be very interesting to see what his card does today. I did, of course, speak to Richard Slummard just earlier on today, and he convinced me that the car is not missing, it has no funny sounds, everything is fine, and they are very much ready for today's racing. So it's going to be very interesting to see what is happening exactly in this first heat as they're going to turn it up. And I think we're about to go there, and let's see who's it gonna be, Richie, Ivan, or Justus, as Mark is going to give them a tough time. As we see in cart number 87 there at the back with the orange kit, as of course Mark Fillinger. And leading the pack today is, of course, Ivan Forster. Ivan in cart number 27, followed by Richie in the green. And Justus Buchel then, of course, in cart number 72, just in third. And the green flag goes, and now they're off. And immediately Richie trying to give Ivan a tough time around that first turn. Ivan maintaining his lead with Richie in second. And that is, of course, Justus Buchel in third. Ivan with quite a bit of a lead there already early on. And Justus giving Richie a tough time on his tail. And Justus taking Richie past on the inside. And now we've got Justus in number 2, in the number 2 position. And chasing down Ivan Forster. And just the previous leg in leg 5, we saw them having a tough competition. Now, we did talk about some jiggles and niggles on Richie's car previously. And Richard Summit then, of course, saying they've sorted it out. The car was running smoothly yesterday, so hoping for the best for him. But at this point in time, Ivan is taking things, the control of this race with Justus clearly showing his attentions early on, overtaking, that is, of course, Richie. And now we've got Mark in the 4th position. He's, of course, racing but definitely trying to up his game in terms of racing with these youngsters, as he's all alone in his category today. So Ivan still giving them a tough time in cart number 27 there in the front. And Justus not far off and actually chasing him down. And I think if Ivan makes any slightest of mistakes here, Justus will definitely punish him for that. And then your shot, Mark and Fillinger, who's of course the DT2 Masters category. And we see them almost bumper to bumper there as Ivan and Justus comes around that hairpin. And now it's going to be down to the straight as they come around this turn. And who's is going to be taking it. Ivan trying to go, or Justus trying to go on the outside. He's on the inside turn now, still very close to him, and the likes of Ivan still trying to maintain that lead. And what a beautiful run there by the two, actually keeping us on the edges of our seats, and that's exactly what we want. And it seems that Richie is also breaking in and closing that gap, that massive gap there was there earlier. And as they come around that corner, beautiful turn there by them. Clean so far, no mistakes. And Ivan is just trying to keep his composure and keep that lead and keep the pedal to the metal. And it seems that Justus is still trying to make it difficult for the likes of Ivan. So Ivan better watch out. Justus is trying to have your number as they come around that turn and straight into the straight as they go out. And again, we can see that these races do have different lanes that they're trying to take on this track, and you can see Justus's turn is very quicker on the inside from that straight line as he comes from the straight into that first turn to the right, while Ivan stays very much on the outskirts and then takes the turn a lot later. There you have it. Look at that. Just look at that turn, and it seems that Richie is just in between the two of them in terms of taking those lines. So everybody has their tactics, and everybody is trying to just see if their tactics are working. And at this point in time, Evans is working for him to try and maintain and keep that lead. And there we've got it again, bumper to bumper action there by the two front runners, card 72 and card 27. The two sevens actually bumping each other. And you can see Ivan looking there to the back just to make sure where exactly is Justus. And now Justus on the left hand side, and Ivan still maintaining the lead. And Richie still trying to close the gap on 2 and 1 and 2 there. And them coming around the hairpin once again, and every time they come around that turn you can see actually how close they are to one another. And Justus really having a thing out here to get that position. So no mistakes to be made in this game. Any mistake and you might just cost yourself the first pole position. And Mark, of course, still very much in the race. He's actually racing his own race on his own. So him leading the affair in the Masters category against himself at this point in time. While these three power on in their GT2 category as they gun it. And at this point in time, Ivan Forster still leading the affair between these three. And you can see they still very much Justus trying to give Ivan a tough time. Richie just a bit out of reach. I think a lot more than he was hoping for at this point in time. And some beautiful racing that we saw there by Ivan or the likes of Justus just earlier on in the beginning of this race where he overtook Richie. So it just shows you what he can do, and he'll be opting to do more of that against the likes of Ivan. And there you see a bit of a gap created now. Can Justus close that gap down again? And we're talking about a matter of split seconds. Yes, in distance it looks like a bit of a gap, but just the slightest mistake and it costs you. Tight between 1 and 2 here in the GT2 category, as we see Richie chasing down 1 and 2. Ivan still leading the affair, followed by Justus, and that is of course Richard Slummer Jr. in kart number 3 now on your screens, and them coming again around that turn. And this is we had the likes of Zane Spencer just talking to us earlier on in terms of this track not being so tight, so tough on the body, and shaky, and as hard as the Vintage one. And so it's going to be good to see what these three can pull out of the hat today, because it's always been a very, very tight affair between these three. And I think Richard, as I said, would not be liking where he is at this point in time. I think he would be wanting to be a lot closer to the other two in terms of chasing and keeping close to them, as their lead grows from Richard Slammer Jr. And Ivan still trying to keep Justus out of trying to gain that lead. Their racing lines still very much similar, maybe just off by a few centimeters or so in terms of who takes the line where. As you see, the likes of Justus trying to take it a bit further out before crossing into that hairpin move bend. And the same here about this turn, as Justus just tries to take it on the inside every time, and it every time just looks like he's about to steal it, and unfortunately doesn't manage, with the likes of Ivan just keeping him out successfully every time. We of course have 4 races in this category, or in this race at this point in time, with Mark Fellinger and the 52 Masters category driving or racing all alone today, but thrown into this one so that he doesn't appear just alone on the racetrack. So tough racing that we're seeing in the DT2 category though, and they are really trying to gain quite a lead on, or they're starting to gain quite a lead on Richie. Richie there in your screens in 3rd position, while we've got Ivan and Justus still battling it out in 1st and 2nd, while actually Ivan looks pretty comfortable in that 1st position that is in, securing then of course in the qualifier pole position. And then especially in a race like this, that's exactly what you want, is to make sure that when the qualifying happens, that you are securing your spot very, very much early on, and racing a good time to make sure that you jump away in pole position and try to maintain it. Then there the checker flags are up, and we've got the likes of Ivan Forster taking this one in the DT2 category. So heat 1 belongs to Ivan Forster, with Justus Buchel in 2nd, and Richie Slummerd, and that's of course in 3rd. So it's a very tight affair between these three in the standings, in the season standings. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens after today. Of course, they're just being 3 major championships left for this year. That's of course this one, the one in Windhoek, and then obviously the final one that will be concluding the series here in Swakopmund later this year. So it's going to be interesting to see who's going to take what in heat number 2 and 3 for the rest of the day. What a beautiful race that was in the GT2 category. Of course, we're seeing Ivan and Justus and the score of Richie taking on one another. I told you that's going to be a great one. Now we've got Justus here. Justus, what a race that was. You stealing that second position just from Richie there early on in the field. But unfortunately, Ivan just keeping you away from that first position. Talk us through the race.
So yeah, I mean, I didn't get a nice qualifying, so I started third. Got to second quite quick, bit aggressive, but yeah, I mean that's what you have to do if you want to fight for the front. Then yeah, I just kept behind Ivan trying to get past. We had the pace kind of, but it was very close. I think we were very evenly matched. He did some great driving, great defending from him. I tried some moves, didn't work. Let's try to see what happens next.
So it is a bit of a tight affair between the three of you this season in general. We know you're the new kid on the block. Just talk to us about how this season has been going for you personally and how you have experienced it from not just Swakop but Windhoek as well.
Yeah, so obviously I'm new, so I never started thinking I could fight with these guys yet in the beginning. I was surprised that we got up to pace quite quickly. They're great drivers, both of them. I mean, it's quite a different class also because it's very aggressive and yeah. So yeah, I hope we can see what happens the next race and throughout the year if we can get him on some more experience. And obviously I've been out now for a bit because I missed the last race, and now getting into it, it's all positive.
Now let's quickly talk about strategy for heat number 2 before I let you go. Heat number 2, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to get into the lead, be more aggressive towards Ivan? What are you trying to do?
So I'm obviously trying to win. No, but I think we have to see where we start. We'll probably start second or first. I think our lap times were very equal because we're obviously fighting. So hopefully I start one of those positions. Try to get in front as soon as possible and try to gain a gap. Or at least stay behind him, take some time and then overtake. Depends how the race goes.
There you have it from Justus. He is trying to win, obviously, as the rest of the competition. Now, I wouldn't move my seat if I was you. Just go and get yourself a cup of coffee or a drink and then get your butt back in front of that couch as we're going to bring you some more action as we bring you heat number 2 in a minute. Off to you. afternoon and welcome to the Swakopmund Go-Karting Track, where we're bringing you the Rotax Max National Karting Championship Leg 6. Now I'm joined by your Goldback to just tell us exactly what is going down today, what has happened and what is still yet to happen. York, what a beautiful day we're having here in Swakopmund. Talk to us about what exactly is happening currently.
Yeah, I mean, we're in Leg 6 of the Rotax Max Challenge Namibia, and we currently going now into Heat 2 of all the 8 classes. So yeah, there's some really nice, very tight racing up to now. So in all classes the championships are super tight, so it's exciting.
So some drama earlier on, especially from the start with the Bambino class, a bit of a bump and push and spinning out there. What do you expect from heat number 2 with the Bambinos?
Yeah, they will continue. So it's really nice. They're pushing hard and they're playing a good game, and let the best one win. But the first 4 with Mila, Miko, Nande and Mandume, they're really pushing each other. So it's going to be interesting to see what's going to happen in E2 now.
And let's not even talk about the final category, which is of course the DT2 category, another tight affair. Who are you favoriting for today exactly, and why?
That's a difficult, not a nice question. I mean, obviously that's the premium class. I mean, as an organizer, that's really to look up to those 3 drivers. They're really the strongest drivers in the field, and yeah, all of them are doing a great job. Obviously, Justus coming or being my stepson is obviously, I do have a favorite there, but it's for me it's very important to personally to do it very fair, and Ivan did a great job now. Justus had super pace, but Ivan maintained the first place, which is excellent work. That's racing, and yeah, well done. So let's see what happens in E2 now.
Now let's see what happens in Heat 2. And now we do of course have the Bambino class coming up, and then of course the DT2 finishing us off at the end of these heats. But right there in the center of things, we also have the likes of Senior Max and Junior Max. Now York, let's talk about Senior and Junior Max. Junior Max has the likes of Kobus Reinicke just having their beautiful new kart, and you can actually see what that kart is doing and the difference it's bringing. Kobus has been dominating, but clearly now it's just, I don't have words.
Yeah, agree. He's doing exceptionally good. He's a really talented guy. He drove with his older kart. He had great pace, and as from last weekend he got his new kart, and so we set him up quite nicely. And I must also mention that I brought in a coach from South Africa who had a look at him, or coached our Saudi drivers, if I can say it like this, and he's doing a good job. And Kobus is just flying in this. I mean, he's got more pace in the DD2s with the Junior Max kart, which is exceptional. So let's see. He pulled off a really excellent first heat. Let's see what the day still brings, but. He's, I mean, a new kart is always new material, better material, but he's an exceptional driver now.
Now, apart from the boys that are actually being exceptional, we did of course see also Nikki Benker taking that previous Max Torino. Let's just talk about Nikki as well. Somebody like Mila coming up through the ranks, having to cross that path one day. How good is it to see Nikki also in that streamline?
Yeah, I mean, generally, I mean, women, there's from the FIA and also from our NMFS, they're boosting the Women in Motorsport campaign. So this is, just to take a side step quickly of the question, generally we've got our COC, our assistant COC, stewards, the chief marshal, they're all women, and with Nikki and Joanne, and also the 2 twin girls, the Kutsia girls, they're all women in racing. So, but to come back and to Nikki, she's really making a good job, and she's doing 2 classes today. She's driving in a Max Torino and in a Mini Max. So yeah, I'm really, the dad is happy, he's smiling, and that's what it's all about. So yeah, well done.
Now, what a beautiful atmosphere we, of course, do have here. Now, if you are in the Swakop vicinity, do come down and come say hi. We don't mind catching up with all of you viewers back home. Now, we do have the Bambino class coming up now, heat number 2. And just stay with us. We're going to bring you all the actions. We're talking about overtaking. We're talking about fast pace. We're talking about spin outs, bumps. No serious injuries, of course. And boys giving girls a tough time and girls giving boys a tough time. It's all here on NBC One. afternoon to our viewers that are joining us on NBC One now. We do, of course, bring you heat number 2. That is of the Bambino class, where we've got Mila Botha in the orange kit taking pole position. That is, of course, her starting in the first position, followed then by Mandume Kayamu, one of the twin brothers, in cart number 91, and then of course Nandi Kayamu just behind Mila in a third position. So a very tight race here in the Bambino class, where we see those three gunning for that first position. And don't throw away Mila's brother, Miko Botha, who's of course in the bright yellow kit just behind card number 1. That is of course 91. That's of course Mandume Kayamo. So going to be an easy, a very tight race between these four. They have been keeping it tight, as your Goldback has said. And this is a very much organized start for the Bambinos. These kids, of course, between the age of 5 to 7, and they must be controlled a bit more than the rest of the racers. We do of course see the formation lap now first and foremost for these kiddies, and as we mentioned, that Mila is starting off in a very good position. That means in heat number 1 she had the fastest time around those laps and secured herself a first podium or first pole position to start off in heat number 2. Of course, we did see Mandume unfortunately missing out in that race, but doing just enough for him to start in second position. Now Mandume and Mila unfortunately had a bit of a bump there in the first heat, and that caused Mandume to go off track and just couldn't get the cart back up to starting point. So now we'll see the racers taking action, and we've got the green flags and we're off. And now Mila is still in front of things as they come around turn 1, followed by turn 2. Very tight race, and we still have Mila, the two brothers, battling it out with Mandume currently in second, with Nandi in third. And that is of course Mika Botha, who is then Mila's brother, in fourth. So keep your eyes on those top 4. They have been gunning for one another's positions all day long, and they are promising to bring some more action in this race as they come down the first straight. And of course, this being about 100 meters, as we see Mila followed by Mandume, and Miko actually trying to make a move there on the likes of Nandi for third place, but unfortunately not successful there, as they remain in their positions. And Mila is still maintaining that lead, with the brothers short on her heels as they come around the first hairpin there once again. And we see Mandume trying to go on the inside there by Mila. Mila is still just trying to keep him out, so successfully does manage to do that. And we continue seeing that Mila and the two Kayamo brothers will definitely be giving each other a tough time in this race. Do keep your eyes on them. Like I said, Mila having a great race for her to be able to start in pole position, but the brothers not far behind her and definitely going to give her a tough time. As we see Mandume making a move there on the inside of the straight. Can he keep that? And it seems that he did successfully do that. It seems that Mandume takes the lead there from Mila. Mila now in second, followed by Nandi Kayamo, and that is of course Miko Botha. So we've got Kayamo Botha. That is currently how it looks like on the track here in Swakopmund. We of course bringing you the National Karting Championship Leg 6. Now these kiddies are battering it out for the standings in the Bambino class, and we see Mila also going on the outside again, trying to challenge, and now back on the inside. Will she successfully regain a position? It does seem she does, and Mila back into first position, getting Mandume on the inside. And what a race we already have here by these youngsters. Please don't count them out. Don't look at their age. Don't look at their size. Just look at the talent that they're displaying here today. and that is of course just in the first 2 laps that we've seen, or the first 2 laps after one another here. And of course now we're coming down the straight. Let's see what we have again. Mandume on the inside, his brother short on his heels, and it looks like Nande just taking past, and Nande making a move on his brother, and it seems that Nande successfully made a move on his brother. So we've got Mila, Nande, Mandume and Miko. So once again a change in positions there. It's a bit of a tit for tat here at the moment, and it seems that Mandume regains that second position, and crashing out there is the likes of Nandi and Miko, but both of them back in action, so that gives Mila and Mandume a bit of a distance to try and keep and build up their lead. And as Mandume tries to go on the inside again, and Mila just a bit too fast for him there, so unsuccessful that time around, and Mila defends well to keep him outside. And that means that Nandi and Miko has a race of their own, while the likes of Mila and Mandume continues to fight for that first and second position. What a time frame we already have here from the Bambinos, and some classy driving there by them. And like I said, don't look at the age, don't look at the size, you'll be fooled. It's only the talent that counts at this point in time. As Mandume tries to go on the inside again, and we've got Mila continuing. Any mistake from any one of these kids, and they will see them losing their positions. We do, of course, see them catching up to one of the drivers at the back. It looks like it could be Ben or one of the Kutsia sisters as they pass them by. And now it is, of course, it is one of the Kutsia sisters. Elri Kutsia has been passed or overlapped there by Mila and Mandume as they continue their fight. And we see the likes of Nande there in your screens, followed by Miko just after him. So Mila still here with the lead. Mandume is short on her heels there in his cart. As they come around that corner, still Mandume and Mila. As Ben, we see Ben just in the front there, and it seems like Mandume made a move there on Mila, and he takes it on the inside and successfully regains position there. So Mila now back into second position, and they've got Ben right in front of them that they are trying to overlap now within this lap, as they already overlapped one of the Kutsia sisters earlier on, and now their pace being slowed down a bit by Ben Goldback, who's coming around that turn. And they're coming around this turn now, and they're going to take the straight. They have to make a move here, and it's Mandume on the inside, followed by Mila as they pass Ben, and Mila still having second position. We did, of course, speak to both parents earlier on, and it seems that there was some bumping and shoving, and Mila just lost a bit of momentum there, giving Mandume a bit of a lead now on Mila. So Mila's got some work to do to catch up once again and get back close onto his heels. But what a race we've seen by these youngsters so far. It's been an absolutely amazing race between especially Mandume and the likes of Mila Botha. Now we do see there that the final lap banner just came up for the likes of Mila and Mandume. So this is the last lap, and with how things stand like currently, it seems that Mandume is claiming this one after being out of the race in the previous heat. So what drama we already have here from the start, as Bambino class is taken by none other than Mandume Kayamo, as we see the checker flag going up there, followed by Mila Botha, and then of course then Nandi Kayamo, and then Miko Botha. So what a race we've seen here between these youngsters, one to the other one, and it's been a tit for tat really, and it's just been classy racing. And if this is a testimony to what's to come for the rest of the day, you will surely be entertained. what beautiful racing we have seen from the Bambino class. And earlier today we had in Heat 1, of course, that is Mandume crashing out and unfortunately missing out on finishing that race. But now coming back with the storm, and what a beautiful race there from the two youngsters, Mila and Mandume. You as a father, Elmo, talk to us about how proud you are. I can see the chest is out and the smile is there. How are you feeling?
I'm really proud father. I'm even speechless. I mean, you saw in the first hit, he got knocked out, and he really wanted to win this. And you could see it in the second hit that he was going for it. And what a competition between him, Nande, and Mila. Very competitive between the three of them, but very happy. I'm really happy as a father. The boys are really doing very well.
Awesome, you heard it there. Now, just healthy competition that we are giving you guys here between Mila, Mandume, and Nande. Now, Nande took one, Mandume took one. Is Mila going to take the third one? We'll keep you in touch with that. Now, starting off the race is, of course, the junior and senior max category. Now the junior and senior max category, where we have the likes of, that is Kobus Reinicke taking on the senior max category. Now Kobus obviously taking heat number 1 earlier on today, and look at him go in his brand new kart, kart 160. Definitely a rider to look out for. And right behind Kobus Reinicke is, of course, in kart number 20, Martin Gous. He is also trying to gun for the senior max category. So between Kobus and Darius Korte, that is definitely a competition in terms of the junior max competition, and the rest of the field is then, of course, the senior max competition. Now look at that lead that Kobus already has gained, and it's only lap number 2, and then followed by, that is, like we said, Marius Gous, and then Darius Korte in kart number 116. So at this point in time, it's junior max, senior max, junior max, first, second, and third. In fourth position, we do, of course, have Chucky van Dijk, which is also a name that you cannot throw away at all. Very aggressive driver, very, very good. Look at him coming around that turn, and he's definitely going to give Darius Korte a run for his money, as he did, of course, take the third position in the previous heat, as Darius unfortunately span out in heat number 1. So Darius will be on the lookout to try and at least finish in this game or in this race to make sure that he gets some podium points again. And Reinicke is still growing his lead. I can't even say slowly but surely, because he is definitely gaining it very, very quickly. Martin Gous trying to keep within reach there, but Reinicke just way too fast in terms of that. Now, we did speak, of course, to your go back just earlier on about how Reinicke has been doing this season, and he's been a tremendous driver and just growing by the legs throughout the series. So definitely a driver for the future. And you can see by the talent displayed by him that there's not even a person in shot close to him that can catch him at this point in time. The only way he is going to be stopped is if he maybe spins out around a turn, but it's highly unlikely with his driving skills that we've seen on display here today. And then, of course, we do see Martin Gous still in second position, followed by Darius Kotze, who's in third. Now, their racing is a lot closer than at this point in time. It seems that there was an accident somewhere along the line, as we've seen a yellow flag out. So just a caution there for the drivers to slow down at some point in time. Green flags back up again. So I think everything is fine at this point in time. And we still see Reineke continuing, and there's a yellow flag still out around the hairpin turn. So there's something happening right there, around there. Oh, there we've got a driver sitting on the sidelines. So there has definitely something happened there. And we see Reineke actually catching up there to kart number 2. That is Andre Esbach. Andre, then if he doesn't watch out, he'll be overlapped soon by Reineke, which is most probably going to be the case before he reaches the straight. And we see them coming around that hairpin turn, and Reineke trying to make a move there on the inside, staying short on his heels. And now the opportunity on the straight to make a move, and he does so, coming on the inside and coming past as he takes past Andre Esbach there to overlap him. And Reineke just doesn't seem to have any end at this point in time. And still we have the likes of Darius Kotze chasing him in terms of the Junior Max category. But currently in second overall is that, of course, Martin Gous. Is still with a considerably huge lead here. Nobody in sight to try and chase him down, and the race seems to be on the other side of the field for the other positions, as we see the likes of Martin Gous and Darius Kotze coming around the turn, chased by that is of course Chucky van Dijk for fourth position. So those races are second, third and fourth, a lot tighter at this point in time than anybody trying to catch up to first, as Reineke, look at that, nobody in sight, and that is for more than 100 meters that he has a massive lead over the rest of the field. And what beautiful driving we're seeing here by the youngster. He's absolutely amazing talent to watch. And there we see Van Dijk coming around that turn, as we're back with Reineke taking another beautiful run down the straight. And imagine the type of speed that they should be taking down the straight and then coming down to those two sharp turns. We've got it, Kobus Reineke. Beautiful, look at that lap speed. Very fast driving there. And you can see that is, of course, Martin out there in kart number 67. And that is the yellow flag that we had earlier on. And currently Gous in second, with Darius in third. Fourth is Van Dijk, and then Venter in fifth with Esbach in sixth. 8 laps left to go in this race, and this is of course the Rotax Max National Karting Championship leg 6. So what a beautiful race that we are seeing here today. And if you are in the Swakopmund vicinity, do come down and say hi. We would love to catch up with all of you. And there we see Van Dijk coming around that turn with an incredible speed. And just in front of him, we've got the likes of Darius Korte in cart 116, followed by Martin Goos in, that is of course cart number 20, currently in the second position. So beautiful, beautiful racing by these youngsters. Just a reminder to the viewers, Kobus Reyneke, the guy currently in Strut, is racing in the Junior Max category alongside Darius Korte. So there are only 2 Junior Max participants, while the rest of the field are all driving in the Senior Max category. So a bit bigger cars or engines, and definitely you can see by the looks of it that Reyneke is even giving those cards a bit of trouble, and it's just pure talent that's pouring out. And there you've got the likes of Martin Goos in your shot, and the likes of now Andre and Chucky van Dijk all coming down that road. Zane Venter also there in cart number 82. So everybody in action here, while we still have Reyneke just growing his lead there in the front and making sure that he keeps it. No way anybody's going to be able to catch him at this point in time. And it seems like Chucky van Dijk just made a move, and he just overtook there, and Reyneke catching up to them quickly, and I don't think Chucky wants to be overlapped by Reyneke, so Chucky making sure that he keeps his distance there from Reyneke. Just 2 carts from him is of course Chucky, so Reyneke trying to get past those first 2 to get to Chucky, so while within reach to try and overlap. Let's see if he'll be able to do that, and that's of course Van Dijk followed, and there Reyneke makes a move on the inside on Andre Esbach for a second time, so overlapping him for a second time, and there Venter showing Reyneke he can go ahead. So now Reyneke just trying to overlap as well. That is the likes of Chucky van Dijk. If he passes him as well, it means he's passing the 4th position. That is how fast Reyneke is. He's gunning on 4th position now. And there we go, flash of final lap. So if I was Van Dijk, I would try to keep Reyneke away from me to at least not be overlapped in the final lap. So look at how tight they are coming around that turn. It's Chucky van Dijk followed by Reyneke. And it seems that we are coming down to the last wire now. Last turn as Reyneke comes past Chucky, and there's the checkered flag. Hands up there for Reyneke. What beautiful driving by the youngster as he finishes in first position for the second time today, beating the Senior Max category as well as his very own Junior Max category. So taking the title there, but also giving a tough time to the Senior Max category. Martin Goos, of course, taking the first position in the Senior Max category, but overall coming second against the likes of that is Reyneke. just when you think it couldn't get any better, we had the Bambinos giving each other a tough time, and we had this guy overlapping almost the 4th position. Kobus, let's talk about that race and how you feel after that one. I can see you're a bit panting there, a bit of a hard race, but job well done to you.
Yeah, it was pretty much the same as the first race. I started on pole again. I got the inside line. I got a great start this time. I got in front of Martin with the faster card. Then it was just driving after there. This time I was a bit more cautious because last time I was driving a lot faster because I wanted to lap everyone. But I see my tires were decaying a lot, so I just, after lap 6, I was just trying to set a fast lap. Then I was just chilling for the rest of the time.
Now, York talked to us off air about you guys having a coach from the side of your team. Let's talk about that. How much did that help in terms of preparing you, especially with the new card and then for today's leg 6?
He helped me so much with my lines and stuff with the new card because I haven't driven one of them before. He's just an amazing coach and he really helped me to achieve this.
So earlier on I asked you what you expect from heat number 2, so you got the win. What do you expect from heat number 3?
Heat 3, I think I'm on pole again, I'm not sure. I did a 26.9. I think it should probably be the same as this time. I hope no one crashes and then it would be the same as the first 2.
Awesome stuff. Now give me a high five and best of luck to you. We'll definitely be keeping an eye on you. Now there you heard it from him, taking 2 heats for today, and of course that is with his new card. Kobus Reinicke, beautiful driving there by him, and that's of course now next will of course then be the micro and mini max categories, and I can promise you there's some more action to come right there. Don't move your seat. And now, of course, we have the warm-up lap that is for the micro and mini max categories, where we have the likes of Swakopmund in card number 44 that took the previous heat. So he'll definitely be in a very good position to try and gun for this one this time around. And this, of course, being the formation lap as they warm up their tires. That's why they're swerving from left to right. And now Swakopmund will be in card number 44 trying to gun, and it's 414. That is, of course, Paul Westhuizen. Paul Westhuizen had an unfortunate error earlier on today in heat number 1 and also missed out on finishing that race in first position. So he'll definitely be trying to keep his card very close to that as, of course, Swakopmund. And we see a red flag out, meaning there was some infringement somewhere along the line within the formation lap. So we'll be having them starting over and just taking their positions all over again as they continue to warm up their tires. It is a bit cool here in Swakopmund. That is, of course, the coastal capital of Namibia. And if you are here in the vicinity, please do come around and join us. It's absolutely a beautiful day for karting here in Swakopmund. and we just see the marshals there just giving some warnings and explaining it to everybody what exactly is happening. So now they will be off once again and formation lap, and they slowly warm up their tires again as they go from left to right. So let's take this again, and hopefully this time around no mistakes, and we can have them successfully starting this race. That is of course the micro and mini max categories. Currently Swakopmund doing very well in the micro category. Mika Goldback in the mini. Micro is also Sebastian van der Kerk, very much always in tune with this track as he stays this side, so a lot of practice on this track for him. So he's also in a very good position, ended up in second position earlier on, and that is of course Paul Oosthuizen in kart 414 that is starting in the second position. So he'll be gunning for that pole position, which Swakopmund finds himself in currently. So Marshall just making sure that they slow down. Seems like we still have a bit of issues in terms of the start. And that is unfortunately Heinrich Ross just bumping into Swakopmund there in kart number 22, followed by Sebastian van der Kerk in fourth in kart 29, and that is in. So first is currently Swakopmund, followed by Paul Oosthuizen. That is of course then Sebastian van der Kerk and Heinrich Ross in third and fourth. And we see yet another, this is our third formation lap, as we see them continuing trying to warm up their tires and trying to keep that formation. This was now the third time that the officials have restarted the race. So let's hope that this time all things are going smoothly. We do of course see in kart number 111, that is Jan-Hendrik Coetzee in the blue kart, just there in the fifth position currently. Have it. It's first, second, third, and green flag still up. It seems like we're all good now. The green flag still up. Green flag still up. So Swakopmund's in the lead now, followed by the likes of Paul Oosthuizen, and that is of course Heinrich Ross in kart number 22. Swakopmund still with the lead, followed by that is of course Paul Oosthuizen. Now just earlier on we spoke about Paul Oosthuizen missing out on finishing in first position, spinning out. He had the lead there for quite some time, but in the second or third lap he just span out in heat number one, and unfortunately could not regain his position as Sissel just continued growing his gap. Now we already have a gap here created by 1, 2, 3, and 4. Of course Sebastian there with the green helmet is in fourth position. Sebastian van der Kerk, he is very much familiar with this racetrack as he continuously practices on it. So we've got a yellow flag, meaning there is a crash somewhere in the vicinity along the line, or a kart off the road, is straight dead in the center of the road actually, and we still see Sissel with a good reach, and Paul's not far off behind him. And you can see the different lines these racers are trying to take. Sissel trying to stay on the outside of that straight and then work his way back into the center of the field as he takes the turn, while Paul Oosthuizen likes to be dead center in that down that straight as he takes the turn. So look at that in terms of speed. Paul Westhuizen a lot faster in terms of what's happening with Sissel Koorts, and their lap times are coming through. So you can also see that Koorts is currently just a bit faster in terms of time, but that's a better speed there from Koorts on Westhuizen, and Ross not far off in kart number 22, followed by Van die Kerk, Sebastian Van die Kerk. So those four still gunning for each other, but Paul Westhuizen actually very, very close here on Sissel Koorts, going on the outside and trying to manage that one, but Sissel with some good defending, and we see some spinning out almost, and the first 1, 2, and 3 are very close to one another as they try to almost go bumper to bumper as they come around the hairpin, and Sebastian to finish off the 4th position there, and 1, 2, and 3 still very close, especially that 1st and 2nd position between the likes of Sissel Koorts and Paul Westhuizen, and you see Paul again trying to go on the outside, but Sissel just defending very well. There's so many options of overtaking one another around after that long straight. You've got 2, 3, 4 turns that you can try and work your way through around, but very, very good defending there from Koorts at this point in time. We can actually see Sissel there going on the inside, and it seems like they're about to lap a rider here, a driver here. So they're very close on lapping someone, and there is a yellow flag again. Maybe there's a crash just around the corner, and that is of course kart number 77. That is Mika Goldback, who just span out there around that turn. Now of course that turn is extremely sharp, and you can actually see them coming around that corner. And there, while we were busy looking at Mika, that is of course Paul Westhuizen overlapping Sissel Koorts there, or lapping, taking past Sissel Koorts there and taking the lead for 1st position, but Sissel not far off, and we've seen this in the Bambino class. It's a bit of a tit for tat, so can we expect some more of that in this race? And it seems that Sissel is definitely not giving up as he chases him down, and they come into the straight, and Westhuizen just with enough pace on his kart to keep Koorts out for the time being, and the likes of Ross still trying to go for or keep within distance in number 22 in the 3rd position. Sebastian actually falling behind now a bit in kart number 29 as he's in 4th position, now overlapping. That is of course Milan Kutsia, those 3 first riders, as we see Sebastian also approaching Milan with fast pace, and we still see that Westhuizen still sitting pretty in position number 1, while Koorts isn't far off, trying to go there on the outside and back inside, and beautiful defending there by Westhuizen for the time being in terms of keeping his 1st position secured, and Koorts going on the outside, still not managing, just not fast enough to try and get past there. And what a beautiful steal there. And we've got kart 22, Milan Kutsia once again just having a problem there when it got to that turn. So it's the 2nd time that we see Milan crashing out in a short span. And then we've got, but race is still on between the likes of Westhuizen and Koorts. And what a beautiful race it is turning out to be between the two of these. And they are, however, gaining a bit of distance between themselves and number 3. That is, of course, Heinrich Ross. And just look at the speed and time. They're so close to one another. Koorts also just trying to get there past, but his speed still just sufficient enough to keep him just close enough to the likes of Paul Westhuizen at this point in time. 10 laps left to go, and of course this is your micro and mini max category. as we see the times there. You can see how close they are, split by split seconds. And that is, of course, Paul Oosthuizen and Sissel Koorts, card 414 and 44, bringing you some beautiful, beautiful action here in Swakopmund. Beautiful driving by these youngsters as they come around that hairpin once again, and then going out and overlapping. And then you've got Sebastian still chasing in a number 4th, in the 4th position. And you see Sissel trying to go there on the inside. Can he successfully steal the position? No. Well defended there still by Oosthuizen. And Squirt's trying to make that move with 7 laps down to go. So it's really getting down to an affair, and they catch up there to the likes of card 111. That is, of course, Jan Hendrik Kutsia. Jan Hendrik trying to just keep it in the race, and they pass Oosthuizen on the inside, Sissel on the inside, and you see Sissel once again trying to go there on the inside. Does it seem like he just went? He just stole it, and you can actually see his father jumping on the inside, and what a beautiful run or driving there by Sissel Koorts, stealing that first position, and just 6 laps left to go. We do, of course, have a crash somewhere once again, a spin out by a driver, and just there in the center of the field, and that's of course the likes of that hairpin that is very difficult to control around that turn, as it's a very sharp turn. But what beautiful overtaking there by Sissel Koorts, stealing the first position there from Paul Oosthuizen. And now Sissel and Paul having a kart in between them here at the moment, and making it very difficult for Paul at this point in time, but exactly where Sissel would like him to be, a whole kart behind him. And that is, of course, card number 77, Mika Goldberg, just in between the two front runners there. And there you've got him in your shot. That's, of course, Sissel Koorts, who just had a beautiful, beautiful steal there to gain position number 1. And we still see Mika in between the likes of Paul and Sissel, and Paul just not managing to get past her at this point in time, but I'm sure he's going to make a move now, and he does, coming on the inside to try and get that position, and unsuccessful there from the likes of Paul Oosthuizen. And here we see Sissel Koorts actually overtaking there the likes of that kart. It seems like there's a little accident once again, and a yellow flag out as the race continues with Sissel Koorts still very much in the lead here, and what a considerable lead he has gained. And it's Paul actually finally catching up to him in terms of position wise. No kart in between them, and there's a kart abandoned. And we've got 2 laps left to go within this race for Koorts and Oosthuizen. So beautiful, beautiful racing between these two. Koorts having the lead earlier on in the race, but Paul making a move on him, and then Koorts stealing back that position. And you can actually see that Mika being in between them for a split second, what gap that created for Paul, unfortunately. And fortunately for the likes of Sissel to actually have a massive gap on Paul. And there we have the checkered flag, and Sissel Koorts putting up his hand. He knows what he just did. He stole the victory there from Paul, and unfortunately for Paul, that makes it 2 out of 3 for Koorts for the day. So what beautiful driving from Koorts on this day, and just heat number 3 left to go for today. Now I'm a bit biased because I went to go get my namesake, Darius Quarter. Darius, talk to us. You came second within your category, but overall third. Just how was that race for you?
The first race was not that good. The second race, I really came back with a really good heart and I pushed to my limits. I really think I did well. My own teammate, I think he has done some things with his car, his new car. He's really fast. But I really think I did good for the second race because I didn't have practice because we only came last night, 12 o'clock. And so I didn't really have practice and I think I did really good.
Awesome stuff. Now, Kobus is obviously you're competing against Kobus. How tough is it to pick up a rider that's so far ahead of you?
If your car is right, you will catch up to him. But it's a new car. Mine is old. Mine has a few tweaks. His is still new, so maybe next year I'll get my own new car. So I'm still saving for it in my piggy bank. So. Let's hope for the best.
Awesome stuff. So heat number 3 coming up. Are you trying to go for second?
I'll try, but I really don't really want to win today. I'm just here for the fun because I didn't really have practice, so I can't really get mad at myself when I came third because it's actually really fun. And because it's a bigger category that we're racing against, I think they are really jealous of us because the smaller ones are beating up the bigger ones.
Hey, a bit of jealousy coming through, but job well done. Keep up the Kotsa surname and we'll catch up with you later. Now there you heard it from Darius, just trying to have fun. It's not all competitive, it's just in good spirits, and that's exactly what we want from here, is the good spirits. And we're going to keep you posted on how these races are doing, riders are doing, and you can just have the atmosphere. It's absolutely amazing here. Now from Senior Max and Junior Max down to DT2 category. Ivan, heat number 1, what beautiful defending you had there. Are we going to look forward to some more defending?
Well, the next race I have to start in third, so I'm going to have to fight up to first or second, I guess. So, yeah, it was a shame I didn't get a good time in compared to the others. But, yeah, when you're on defense, you're on your back foot, so... yeah.
So how are you going to approach this race, going from third, trying to fight all the way up? I'm assuming Justus is starting in pole. Just talk to us about the mentality you're trying to have going into this heat number 2.
Well, I have to change from defense to offense now. So now the idea is to get ahead of my other competitors and just try to make it stick. But this is a difficult track for overtaking. If you drive defensive lines here, you can basically, no one can actually do anything. So yeah, it'll be tough.
You heard it here from Ivan. Definitely a category to look forward to is, of course, that GT2 category where we'll see Ivan starting in third, but you can definitely look forward to him trying to make a comeback to try and get that first position back. It's great racing down here at the coast. Now, just a general update is, of course, we are busy with heat number 2 of the National Karting Championship here in Swakopmund, leg 6. That is, of course, where things are really heating up, not just for today, but in terms of the overall standings for the competition. Now, we've seen in the Bambino class that between first, second, and third, it's between Mila Botha and Nande Kayamo, and that is Mandume Kayamo. Now, Nande has taken it once. Mandume has come back from not claiming or not finishing heat number 1 and actually finishing in first position in heat number 2, while Mina had to settle for second twice now. So I think Mila's going to come back in the third and try to gun for that first position, but only time will tell. While in the DT2 category, things are really heating up. We heard it there from Ivan earlier on that he had to defend, and now he has to go down to an offensive and try to work his way back up to first position. Now, this is amazing driving. We've seen, of course, Reinecker also overtaking and just burning up this track on the day, and definitely going to be keeping an eye on him in heat number 3 to see if he continues his dominance on the day. And we heard it from Mr. Kotze himself, Darius, that he's just here to have fun, and that is exactly the type of spirit we want here today, is a good driving, great racing, and just having fun. This, of course, being the formation lap of the Max Torino class, where we've only got 3 riders or racers in today's race. That is, of course, Hubert Esbach, Nicky Benker, and that is, of course, Travis Nell. Nicky Benker once again starting at pole position and really giving the boys a tough time in this one. And earlier on, we saw a great race between Nicky Benker and Travis Nell in kart number 237. Now, between those two, Travis was leading for the majority of heat number 1, but Nicky, unluckily for her, had overtook him at some point in time. And now we see Travis trying to make a move on the outside, and Nicky still having the lead on the inside. And what a beautiful line she picked to start off this race. And look at Esbach almost making a move there on the likes of Travis, and Nicky actually having a considerable lead now, considering how tight they were in heat number 1. So Nicky with a great start here in the Max Torino class, and this is, of course, heat number 2 for these racers. Nikki continuing to create a gap between her and Travis at this point in time. And as Travis comes through that turn, and we can't there you have him, Hubert Esbach, just a bit behind after these two. And it's going to be very interesting to see whether or not Travis can actually close the gap on Nikki and try to catch up. Now we still have 20 laps to go, so a lot of time for the two of them to try and make some time up and maybe try and make a move on Nikki. But as far as it is concerned right now, Nikki with a considerable lead on that is of course Travis. As Nikki continues to just grow her lead ever so slightly, and you see Travis there in the green helmet trying to come back slowly but surely, but just not yet. But he still has 19 laps to do so. And as Nikki comes down the straight here, awesome place to try and gain some more distance, especially on the straight. And especially if you don't have somebody hot on your heels, you can definitely take those turns very much more comfortably and easily, and make sure that you perfect every turn to ever so slightly just continue to grow your lead. As we see her coming through the hairpin there, and followed by, that is of course Travis just coming around, and in the far distance you can actually see how far behind that Esbach is currently in this race. Now Nikki's father, very happy chappy there in the pit area earlier on with a big smile on his face. And why not? The girls are really giving the boys some steam on the track today, and that is exactly what York spoke about earlier on, is that they're really trying to do the women / girl empowerment here, as the officials on the ground are also ladies representing all the way through in the sport code. So great to see Nikki Benker actually coming through and representing the ladies here, as we do also see in the Bambino class Mila Botha giving the two twin brothers there, Nande and Mandume, a tough time. So great to see some Nikki Benker riding this one out in the Max Torino class. Mickey still continuing to grow a lead. Now actually very big lead, as you can't even see Travis anymore on the shots, and there you see him in the far distance. So what a great lead, a very comfortable lead now for Mickey Benker, as Travis now actually has a faster lap time, or slower lap time. You can see that just by a split second, so not far less than that is of course Nikki, but enough for her to have this considerable lead, as she slowly but surely just continues to dominate this heat. Now we only have 14 laps left for this one, and that's going to make it very difficult for Travis to try and work his way back up, unless something happens in terms of Nikki maybe perhaps spinning out, but I think at this point in time it's highly unlikely. Mickey still then coming down that straight, and beautiful time for her to take that turn with ample time on her side, as there's no hard chase from Travis at this point in time, unlike in the first heat we had earlier today. We can actually see Nikki catching up. That is to, of course, Hubert Esbach in cart number 9, and that's of course if she catches up to him, she'll be overlapping him for the first time in this heat. And just 12 laps down, or 12 laps left for her to work herself through. And very, very, very comfortable lead she has. And there we see Travis also coming around that straight and working his way, or trying to, most probably in his mind. You can also see their lap times are actually very closer to one another. So at this point in time, whether or not Travis catches Nikki, he would still love to try and get the fastest lap time to make sure that he starts in front position within the next heat, to make sure that he still has a number on Nikki in heat number 3. Now we've got about 10 laps left in this one, as the racers are working themselves through. And we've got only 3 races in this category. This is, of course, being the Max Torino category, where we've got, that is, of course, in cart number 9, Hubert Esbach. We've got in cart number 101, Nikki Goldback there with the pink helmet, leading the affairs at this point in time. And then in cart number 237, that is, of course, Travis Nell with the green helmet. So 9 laps left to go at this point in time. So Nikki well within reach of claiming her second heat for the day. And we can see Nikki fast approaching. That is, of course, Hubert Esbach there, and most probably going to try and lap him well on, that is, of course, lap number 8, and overlap him very, very close in proximity now. And Travis a bit further behind him. Actually seems that Travis is actually catching up to Nikki ever so slightly, but I think he's going to run out of lap time, not out of track, but out of lap time. And then we've got Nikki overlapping. That is, of course, Hubert Esbach there on the 7th lap, or just as lap 8 finishes. And there you've got it, Nikki overlapping there and still maintaining a great, great lead. And her speed currently at 88 kilometers per hour. That's pretty fast for a kart. So good speed there by the youngsters. And you would actually be very surprised at how fast these karts go. And you would want to stay tuned and glued to your screen as we bring you DT2, the DT2 category next, where it is a race between Justus Bierkel, and that is, of course, Ivan Forster and Richard Slammert Jr. And a beautiful, beautiful racing you can expect from those 3. Earlier on, we had Ivan Forster that was first, just defending and keeping Justus out, but unfortunately his lap times were just not fast enough, and Justus actually claiming pole position there. So he's starting up in pole in the next race, followed there is, of course, by Richard Slammer Jr. and then Ivan Forster in 3rd. So great racing to look forward to, and they also joined to with the DT2 Masters category racer today. Within that race is, of course, Mark Fillinger, who will also be representing the Masters within that race. So 5 laps left to go here, and beautiful racing that we've seen here from Nikki Goldback so far, and really trying to maintain her lead. And look at her go. Beautiful, beautiful shot there of Nikki, really dominating things here. As soon as she got that early lead, and there was a mistake between Travis and that is, of course, Hubert Esbach. She just got the sniff and she kept going. So don't give a girl too much space. She might just take the whole race. Nikki Goldback now with the final 3 laps to go. Goldback, and she's still, Nikki Benker, apologies, is still doing great here in this race. And just 2 laps now as she crosses the line. So Nikki almost done now with this race, followed by Travis in third, and that is a second, and Hubert Esbach in third. And Nikki Benker coming now, gonna cross the line as she comes through for the final lap. And what beautiful racing we've seen from this youngster today. Very, very comfortable racing for her. And she had that lead early on in the race. And just a small mistake or bump and shove there between Travis and Hubert Esbach saw it costing Travis some speed or distance between him and Nikki Benker. And we see Nikki coming around that final turn as she claims second heat for the day. What a beautiful race there, and you can see the cheering, or hear the cheering from Dad on the sidelines. What beautiful racing there. And you see Travis and Hubert also crossing the line. And now we've got the cream of the crop. That is, of course, the DT2 category and the DT2 Masters all in one race. Now leading the affairs, of course, Justus Goldback, Justus Buckel, pardon me, and then, of course, following him is Richard Slammer Jr. and Ivan Foster in third. currently in 4th position, we've got Mark Fellinger, who's then, of course, in the DT2 Masters category all alone today. And that is the reason why he's joined these boys, these youngsters, in terms of racing alongside them. It looks like Justus Buchel has a considerable lead already early on in this race, while Richie fends off Ivan Forster there in 2nd and 3rd. And that's, of course, Justus coming around the hairpin, followed by Richard and Ivan Forster. And they're coming there with loads and loads of speed. Look at that speed, 110 kilometers per hour for Buchel at this point in time. And just 18 laps to go. So much that can still happen here. Any mistake would cost any one of these to lose their position, as they are so closely knit to one another. So we've got Justus trying to maintain that lead that he's gained early on, and I think at this point in time Richard Slummer Jr. actually doing him a favor by keeping away. That is the likes of Ivan Forster, even trying to go on the outside lead by Richie. But I don't think he managed anything. He didn't manage anything. And we continue with Justus as heat or card number 1 for the time being. And then second, Richard Slummer Jr. And third, Ivan Forster. There we see Mark Fellinger, obviously in your shot. He's the DT2 master, so he's competing against himself at this point in time today. But of course, racing alongside these boys will definitely be racing a lot faster. $16 laps to go, and it looks like Justus is continuing to grow his lap, as Richie is also having a bit of a gap between him and Ivan at this point in time. Or Justus rather, keeping that lead. Earlier on, we did have heat number 1, where we saw the likes of Ivan and Justus actually battling it out in 1 and 2, but Justus just not getting past Ivan, but clearly doing enough in terms of his speed and his lap time to secure him a pole position, and that's all he needed. Look at the lead he has between him and the likes of Richie and Ivan. So great racing from Justus in this heat number 2. With just 13 laps to go, if you blink, you're gonna miss a lot of action here, as it's simply flying. Now Buchel still at running at 110 kilometers per hour, and you can see that Forster is just 109, just behind it, while Slummert is actually slowing down at some points in time, so he's having a completely different race, and might be something wrong with his card. We'll definitely catch up with him or his father later onwards, just to find out exactly what is going on with that card. And Justus is still taking nothing away from him. Beautiful driving, precision driving, making sure that he makes no mistake up front and keeping that lead as steady as possible. So at this point in time, I would say the race is between 2 and 3, and who is going to do what. And you see there Forster going on the outside, unfortunately still managing to keep him outside is Richard Slummer Jr. trying to keep him away from gaining that second position. And that's the race that we actually want to check, keep an eye on, as Buchel is actually sitting pretty comfortable in first position. Forster very frustrated, is probably there in third position, trying to make a move once again on the outside, trying to pick a line on the left hand side and coming on the inside. Unfortunately, good defending there by that is of course Richard Slummer Jr. To keep him out of that position once again. So as Ivan said earlier on, if you're in a defensive position, you're in a very good position, because the likelihood of somebody trying to get past you on this track is not likely. This is where you can try and make a move, and if you don't make it in that exact point in time there, you're going to get yourself into a bit of trouble. So a very difficult track to try and overtake, and we can clearly see why, because this is just hot in terms of these angles and lines that they have to take. Now we've got about 8 or 7, coming to 7 laps left in this race for these riders or racers, and it's coming down to the wire now. So I think Ivan would be getting very frustrated with himself in terms of trying to make a move, and you see the Richard Slummer Jr. just getting a bit of a gap there on that turn, but Ivan back on his heels and trying to close in on him and trying to still get into that second position. So of course on your screens we can see the lap times of the respective drivers. Yes, of course Slummert is currently in second position, but Forster's time currently a lot faster than Richie's, as he's trying to play a catch-up game, so he has a lot more ground to cover and stuff. And at this point in time, the speed's still very much the same from all three those riders or drivers, 109 point something. So very fast driving down here. It's not the small carts, but big hearts. And beautiful racing there by Justus still, and Richie still managing to keep Forster out, and him again trying to go on the outside and not managing that successfully. Great defending there by Richie, unfortunately there for the likes of Forster. Now we did see Mark Fillinger going off track earlier on, but that's because the DT2 Masters have 5 laps less than that, of course, or 4 laps less than the DT2 class. So about 3 laps left to go in this race. Is there any chance that Ivan can make a move still on Richie, as he tries to go on the inside every time, but Richie just cutting him off? As we said, these turns are very tight. Any mistake you make or overturn or too sharp, you're going to throw out your cart, and that will cost you even just finishing the game. So at least want to finish the racing. And then we've got just 2 laps coming down to the last one, and very beautiful race here by Justus as he comes down. There we've got the final lap banner coming up. So just one more lap. Can Ivan do anything in this race? It's his time now. Around that turn, no around that one. And I think Richie has defended very well in this one. So for the time being, it looks like we have Justus in first, Richie in second, and that is of course Ivan Forster in third. Will all come down to the lap times to see who starts at pole. But at this point in time, I think it's safe to say that Justus will once again take pole position in heat number 3. And we're here with heat number 3. That is, of course, in the Bambino class of the Rotax Max National Karting Championship, coming to you live here from the Swakopmund go-karting track. That is, of course, leg 6, of course, 8-leg series, and it's going to be absolutely amazing. If anything of earlier today's races is any testimony to that. Now, earlier today we had Nande, Mandume and Mila Botha giving each other a tough time in this category, and Mandume unfortunately spinning out in the first heat, bumping against Mila. We saw, of course, Nande taking that one, and in heat number 2 he came back with a bang. Mandume claiming that victory, with Mila having to settle for second. So great racing by these 3, and we can see in pole position now is Nandi. That is of course one of the twins, Nande Kayamo, starting in pole position in kart number 92, followed by Mila in second place, and kart number, of course, that is kart number 5. And then followed in third is then Mandume, who took first place earlier on. Now, please do keep an eye on the top 4. That is, of course, ending with Miko Botha, who is Mila's brother, just straight behind her in the yellow overalls. So a beautiful race that we can look forward to earlier or in this race. We've got some red flags out. It seems that there's still some issue with them starting and getting into formation. Of course, the first lap is being the formation lap, and everybody's got to make sure that everybody has an equal chance to start. And at some points we see the green flags. So I think everything is all set and ready. So after this, after the big turn before they approach the straight, that's exactly where they'll start the race off once again. So just for our viewers at home again, the top 4 to look out for is, of course, kart number 92. That is Nande Kayamo. Kart number 91, Mandume Kayamo. Those are twins, and then followed by brother and sister duo. That is Mila Botha and Miko Botha in the orange and green overalls, respectively. So here we go, and it seems that we've got a clean start. We've got green flags all around, no red flags of yet, and we've seen Nande keeping his position there, Mandume coming in on second, and Mila on third, followed by her brother on fourth. So early start there, or Mila on second, pardon me, and that is of course Nande in first, followed by her brother. Close proximity to her. So interesting racing already here. So it's Nandi, then it's Mila, and then it's Miko. In fourth position, we do, of course, have Mandume, which is in kart number 91. He won the previous race, so keep your eyes on them. These 4 are always gunning for one another. You can see Mila very closely there to Nandi and trying to give him a tough time from the start, and as they approach this hairpin turn. And the same with Miko and Mandume in third and fourth. So great racing by these youngsters, of course, between the age of 5 and 7. Mila going out on the outside there. Mila going out on the outside. Nandi still with the inside line, coming on the inside. And just 10 laps left for these youngsters. So enough time for them. And we've got a spin out there, but spin out. That is, of course, Renelle Kutsia, one of the sisters as well. And in kart number 333, 333, and 444, we've got the Kutsia sisters. So we've got a brother and sister sibling rivalry type of thing going on here. We've got a set of twins. We've got the 2 sisters. And we've got a brother and sister. So we've got everything in this race, making sure that it's a whole family affair. So Mila still trying to chase down Mandume, Nande, while Mandume is still trying to chase down Miko. So very, very close race between the first and second, and then third and fourth respectively. Very, very nice to see these youngsters giving each other some tough time. Now earlier on I said if you're going to look at the age and you're going to look at the size of these races, you might just get yourself in trouble, because it's all pure talent that is on display here today, as we're seeing Mandume trying to gun down on Nico there, while Mila still chases down Nandi, and we can also see the train leaving Swakopmund in the background. Beautiful, beautiful vibes and scenery that we have here on display today. We see everything from this angle, and there you've got one of the sisters, that is Elri Kutsia, there in action with Ben Goldback just in front of her, and Mila still trying to push here, and she's going on the outside, and a bit of a bump there on the tire or the bumper, and that's what we want from these. It's just good competition from one another, and you can see Miko coming around that turn, sliding and turning, and luckily making it past or defending well there for the time being. And then around the corner of the hairpin, we can still see Nandi still with that lead. Mandume still chasing Miko, and it's still a very tight race nonetheless. 7 laps to go, so not a lot of laps to go, but a lot can change within 7 laps. We actually see the lead from Mila and Nandi growing a bit between Mila and her brother. So between 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, the lead is growing tremendously. There in the foreground we see again Elri Kutsia, and that is of course Ben Goldback in court number 6, just in front of the 2 front runners. So we're going to see an overlap pretty soon, and as we approach lap number 4 here, and currently still on 5, and we can see there that Mandume Nandi, pardon me, already took by overlapped one of the racers. I think it's Goldback or Elri there, and him overtaking the second, and Mila also very much busy there, and approaching Elri on the inside, outside lane, still on the outside, and now she's within reach again around Nandi. So I think Nandi's going to take this one for the second time today, unless any mistake costs him his first position. But let's not put that commentator's curse on him as he continues here in lap number 4, fast approaching lap number 3 as they come around that turn. So there we've got it. Just the lap times there, and Kayamu, that is of course Nandi in court number 92, still leading the affair, followed by Mila Bueta, and then brother. So at this point in time, it's Kayamu Bueta, and I think the parents are smiling from ear to ear, as it's just beautiful, beautiful racing. You can't say it any other way. And we actually see that the likes of Bueta is still trying to get and gain on Mandume here, on Nandi, pardon me. And there we see the likes of Mandume coming around the turn, but I don't see Miko at this point in time. I don't see Miko. He was in 3rd position. I don't see him at all anymore. There's Miko. Miko fell behind a bit. I think he span out somewhere along the line. So for 3rd position at this point in time, it's Kayamu Bueta Kayamu, but I think the likes of Miko just span out there along the line. So it looks like 1st and 3rd goes to the Kayama brothers. And look how close Mila is actually there on the last lap, trying to make a move there on Mandume, and actually trying to cut back inside, putting some pressure on him, pardon me, Nandi, and they're coming back, and it's the last turn here, big turn, big turn here for those 2 youngsters, and you can see mom also walking down there, and it's now or never. And we see the checkered flag coming up, and that is Nande putting up his hand, and he is a very happy chappy. He took heat number 3 there for the Bambinos. What a beautiful race, and still swinging his hand and still happy. What a beautiful race there by him. We'll definitely try to catch up with them. Look at him, he's still going at it. So Mila has to settle for second position today overall, while we've got Mandume coming in on third this time around. And of course, now we've got the Junior Max and Senior Max categories here at the National Go-Karting Championship, Leg 6. And this is the final heat for this category. And we've seen Kobus Reinicke actually dominating in this heat, and you see him jumping away there very early on, followed by Martin Goos in kart number 20, and that is of course Darius Kotze taking number 2. And so we, at this point in time, have two junior max categories taking on the seniors, and they are leading the affairs here. So that is an interesting one. And Darius earlier on said that he only wants to drive and have fun, because he only got home or got here to Swakop last night at 12, and we see actually Martin Gous stealing back that second position. So the battle between 2 and 3 at this point in time is a pretty tight affair. So now we've got Kobus Reinicke in 1, Martin Gous in 2, and Darius Kotze in 3rd. So and you don't count out Jackie van Dijk. He seems to be chasing down Darius very quickly, being in 4th. This is, of course, the final heat, so everybody trying to gun for a podium finish to end of this day as a fairy tale. We actually see Reinicke once again trying to create a massive gap from the start, and this is only lap number 2. So we've got Martin Gous there, also trying to establish a pretty good gap between 3 and 4, or 2 and 3. So good job there, and just unfortunate for Darius there. We had two junior max competitors in 1st and 2nd there for half a lap, so that was good to see. But unfortunately stolen back there for Darius. Unfortunately got stolen by Martin Gous, who is currently in 2nd position. So a great racing here from the bat, and in the junior and senior max categories. Very interesting driving. Now for the viewers at home, yes, I did say junior and senior max. That means there are 2 types of categories racing within one event. And as it stands currently, it's only Kobus Reinicke and Darius Kotze who is in the junior max category. And they are both in 1st and 3rd at this point in time. So the rest of the field is, of course, then your senior max competitors. And then you've got on your screen Kobus Reinicke that we've been talking about all day long. Now, Kobus has had a bit of a coach from outside, from SA, from the Sadio team, actually helping him out last weekend with his new kart, obviously being surprised by his new kart. He didn't even know he was getting a new kart, so a good surprise there from Dad, just giving him that kart. And now you can see him actually dominating as that Sadio coach actually tried to help him just get familiarize him with the kart. And that is, of course, then the kart on this track, because it's his first race on this track. So you can clearly see that job well done from that coach, because he is displaying dominance. And of course, still Martin Gous there in 2nd in kart number 20, which is then in the blue overalls, followed by, that is, of course, Darius Kotze in kart 116. And proudly carrying the Kotze surname there. Not trying to be biased, but hey, Kotzes do the thing, hey? And we can actually see Kobus Reinicke actually catching up there once again with Andre Esbach in kart number 2. So he is just gaining and might overlap him very soon. It seems like he's on the heels, and he shows him to go past Andre Pollard. Andre Esbach, apologies. My mind was slipping off to rugby there for a second. And as we continue seeing Reinicke dominating here, 18 laps to go at this point in time. Coming around that hairpin at that point in time, as Reinicke was already on the straight. There's quite a distance between 1st and 2nd already, and then he shot again, and Darius still having 3rd, while Chucky is chasing him down. It seems like there is definitely a race between 3, 4 and 5, definitely a very tight one, as they are trying to gun for one another's position at this point in time. I stand corrected, of course, lap number 11 now on your screens as Reinicke comes around, fast approaching the last 10 laps of this race. So Reinicke once again dominating throughout the day, taking the first heat and second heat exactly the same way he has been doing it in this race as well. So down to 10 laps now, and it's the final 10, almost the final countdown as we see them coming there. So still a very tight race between 3, 4 and 5. While clearly at this point in time 1 and 2 is established unless they make any mistake. But no commentator's curse from my side. Just stating the facts. Now, of course, also featuring in this race is Carlos Mart, and he's in quad 67. And then, of course, Alan Smith, who is in card 17. We also have Zane Venter, who's in card 82. Then we've got the likes of Handre Esbach, who's in card number 2. We've got Chucky van Dijk, 777, and Martin Goos in 20, followed by Darius Kotze in 116. And your current leader, and on your screen, Kobus Reinicke in 160. So we've got about 8 laps left in this race, and beautiful racing here by these youngsters. And Reinicke trying to overlap here once again. Very tight race now here at the back as he tries to overlap these two athletes. That's also Charlo is also in that at the back, as well as card 82 Zane Venter. You can see Zane giving him some space to pass there, and now Reinicke coming down on the likes of Charlo. And passing him there, so overlapping there. And Reinicke earlier on said that he wasn't trying to overlap if he has to, so he just had to get past those two in terms of on his way to try and keep that steady lead. Kobus at this point in time, a massive time lapse or time on his lap in 26.83, followed by Goos on 27.87. and Darius on 28.27. So the top 3 being split down the center by split seconds. Very tight racing in terms of time-wise, but Reinicke, there's no way that anybody is going to catch him at this point in time. Now we see lap number 4 almost coming to an end, and if you blink, you're going to miss it, so don't move your seat. We'll be finishing this race very soon. Very beautiful race here, and quickly coming to an end. And there we've got lap number 3 now. So final laps here for Reinicke, just 3 laps, and then we conclude this race. Then we've got Martin Goos with a considerable lead, followed then there by the likes of Driekus, Kotze, and then of course cart number 2, which is then Handre Esbach, who got past there. Now look at this, Reinicke is about to overlap cart number 3, meaning place number 3. He is in first position. He's about to overlap the 3rd person in the position. And this is insane. This just means, just look at his classy driving, going on the inside for Darius, and that cart is just going. There's no stopping that cart. And he just lapped a 3rd position. Kobus Reinicke, who is in first, just lapped the person that is in 3rd. He's a whole lap in front of the 3rd person. Now he only has to chase down Martin Goos, who's in the 2nd position, to try and pass him by for the final one. But a lap is done Beautiful, beautiful racing there by, of course, that is Kobus Reiniger, finishing this one on a very, very high note and almost overlapping everybody to get to that victory. So dominance displayed by Kobus Reiniger today throughout the day, and he just took it once again, and he's definitely going to be a happy, very happy, yep, very happy chappy there. And I would also surely be happy chappy. And there we've got Darius also coming in now. So great, great racing there by the youngster, and showing dominance not just in the junior max category, but generally over both the senior and junior max. And there we've got it, the micro and mini max categories taking place here at the Swakopmund Go-Karting track, where we bring you the Rotax Max National Karting Championship Leg 6. And it seems like we already have a kart that has a bit of issue there, stalling very early on. And we've got a race here today between the likes of Sissel Koorts, and that is of course Paul Westhuizen. And we see there Paul Westhuizen, Sissel Koorts, and the likes of Fanny Kerk actually giving each other a bit of a tough time there as they approach that lap, lap number 2. But Paul Westhuizen with a considerable lead. Fanny Kerk, Sebastian van der Kerk in second position currently, with Sissel Koorts in third. And we still see Paul Westhuizen taking this one, and Sebastian and Sissel Koorts actually gunning it for third and second, and that seems to be a race on its own to try and battle it out as they come around that turn. And don't count out 4 too far, it's not too far off, and I think I stand corrected, but that's Heinrich Ross in kart number 22 in 4th position. There you've got it in first, Westhuizen, Fanny Kerk in second, that is of course Sissel Koorts in third, and of course then Heinrich Ross in 4th so far, and followed by Kutsia Milan, Kutsia there of Jan Hendrik Kutsia, and then it's Mika Goldback, and then it's Milan Kutsia, and then it is the likes of the 40th competitor is currently not on the field. That is of course Nikki Benka, I think, and yes, Nikki Benka not on the field, but Sissel Koorts and Paul Westhuizen and Sebastian van der Kerk in first, second and third. Now we've seen the likes of Sissel actually taking that second position at some point in time, with also with the likes of Heinrich Ross taking third, so stealing it there. So the battle continues between 1 and 2, which is at this point in time is Paul Westhuizen, and that is of course Sissel Koorts. Now beautiful racing that we've been seeing from them all day long, and this promises to continue here for the next 17 laps, and another spin out there by Heinrich Ross, and that is unfortunate for the youngster. He was actually having a pretty good race there, ending up at third, actually beating Sebastian at some point in time just a lap or 2 ago. So the continues here between 1 and 2, which is then of course, as we said, Sissel Koorts and Paul Westhuizen. Third currently Sebastian van der Kerk, still riding it very hard. There he comes around the turn, and just 15 laps left within this race, so don't move your seat, because positions might just change shortly. Got it again, Koorts just hot on the heels of Westhuizen, and he's trying to go on the outside and opted to stay inside. I think he just pulled too hard there on the steering wheel and almost found himself in some hot water, but managed to control it, and Koorts still on the outside. And you can see that they are not giving each other any inch. Anybody makes a mistake right now, and it costs you your position or a position at in general. So trying to keep it smooth sailing from here on out, and they're overlapping here at this point in time, which seems to be Heinrich Ross, who had a spin out earlier on. And so that is a misfortune for him, being overlapped there after being third at some point in time in this race. So very frustrating for him, and but it's okay. Oh, and then we've got Koorts, just as I spoke about it just earlier on, about any mistake costing you, and that is exactly what happens. Just a bit of a too fast around that turn, and it cost him, and he span out. So he's going to have a lot of work to work back onto, but I almost say mission impossible. Let's keep our eyes on him and see what's going to happen as Paul Westhuizen continues with the lead. And nope, he gets pushed off to the side there. That is, of course, Sissel Koorts, unfortunately spinning out there. That's an unfortunate mishap there. And you can see he's not at all. He's not happy at all. What disappointment there for the youngster. And Westhuizen continuing his dominance as he comes around this turn and approaching the right hand turn here. Nice loop, and then taking the left hand pin, and then you've got him. Sissel Koorts still off the track, and they're actually dragging him off the track now, making sure that he gets way out of the distance into the safety. And so that is a misfortune for the youngster. 11 laps to go with this one. And we've got Funny Kerk now on second position with, that is of course Heinrich Ross in third. So the tables have turned in a very dramatic fashion here in the micro and mini max categories. That is of course in the micro category, Sissel and Paul find themselves racing in the same category. So unfortunately there, while Mika Goldbeck and Jan Hendrik Kutsia, as well as Heinrich Ross, is in a completely different level. They're in the mini max categories. So at this point in time, Heinrich Ross in a very good position, followed then that by Jan Hendrik Kutsia, and then that is of course Mika. So at this point in time, the race between Paul Westhuizen and Funny Kerk is a very good one. But there we see him coming around the corner solely alone, and nobody chasing him at this point in time, and that makes it so much easier for him. And you can see Sissel walking there on your shot, and there he sits. Is not happy at all. So frustrating and so demoralizing for the youngster. He was having such a great time out there and actually having a beautiful race. But unfortunately, that is how the tire spins at this point in time, and he finds himself spinning off the field or off the track, and unfortunately has to sit out for the remainder of the race. Now we've got about 7 or 6 laps left in this race as Paul Westhuizen continues his dominance and making sure that he claims this third heat for himself as he passes by. That is the likes of Milan Kutsia in kart number 222. And it's going to be definitely sealing the deal for him, overlapping his not teammates but counterparts this time around. Sissel Koorts still leading the affair there, and we can see that he is clearly showing dominance, overtaking a few now. And we've got Heinrich Ross also there in your shot up front, and it's between him and Paul Westhuizen, as Paul Westhuizen is just the kart number 2 as he takes that. He's on the heels of Heinrich Ross there. And it's quite the race, and any mistake now, anybody slipping up or turning up is going to see anybody spinning out, and you can see them literally going like bumper to bumper around that hairpin turn. And now 5 laps left, and now 4 for the likes of Westhuizen. And what a race it's turned out to be for this youngster, and it is an absolutely amazing race. And of course, if you just joined us, he was chased down by Sissel Koorts, but unfortunately a few 5 laps or so back, he just had a spin out at that exact turn right there, and his kart is standing there in the middle. There you go, there's the kart in the far distance, just having to chill there if you'd like, as he can't continue or participate anymore. So unfortunately for the youngster, but we've got about 3 laps left now, and Westhuizen trying to seal the deal at this point in time. and Heinrich Ross still at in car number 22 in second position, followed by Sebastian van der Kerk. So the race is still very much on between 2 and 3 and 4, 5, 6 and 7, and it's very tight. But at this point in time, Oosthuizen has sealed the deal with just 2 or 1.5 laps to go. Heinrich Ross coming, sorry for that, I mean Paul Oosthuizen coming around the final hairpin turn, and he's going to finish up the race now at this point in time. There we go, Heinrich or Paul Oosthuizen throwing up his hands, checkered flag. There you go, you've sealed the deal, mister. Having to take this, and we've got a spin out as we say that, and that is Heinrich Ross, if I'm corrected, coming there to a spin out there, but fixed it quickly himself and is off, and that will be place number 2 for that is of course in the Micro Max and Mini Max category. Beautiful racing by these youngsters, and that is Heinrich and Paul Oosthuizen just once again confirming, making sure everybody knows that he's taken this one. So the category after this one is of course then the likes of the Max Torino class, that is also very much competitive, and especially between the likes of Nikki Benker, apologies, and Travis Nell. Now those two have been gunning for one another all day long, so it's been a hard day for those two. And Travis actually was leading in the first heat and unfortunately missed out as he just had a bit of a bump and a push, and he just lost control of his kart and went off the track for a split second, and Nikki Benker then taking that to full advantage and winning the first heat. Second time around, however, she displayed absolute dominance and sealed the deal herself, and what a beautiful racing that was. For the lady with the pink helmet, you can't really miss her. Those races will be coming up soon, and then of course we can look forward to some more beautiful races that are up for today in the last heats, and that's of course a GT2 category. So just 2 more mouth-watering races left for us on this day, and then we can put it to a close, and then of course then we're off to that is leg number 7 and 8. So the next leg will take place in Windhoek, the country's capital of course, and that is where the action will happen next at the Tony Rust racetrack, concluded by the finals here back in Swakopmund just the month after that, which is in November. So loads to look forward to, and the championship really tightening up, and there we've got them coming out now. That is of course of kart number 101, is 101. Pink helmet, you can't miss her. That is Nikki Benker, representing girls all around in this category of Max Torino. And then of course her competitor for the day and going neck and neck with her was Travis Nell, which is on in the green helmet, kart 237. So beautiful racing between the two of them throughout the day, so it's going to be absolutely amazing to see what they're going to do. So Nikki Benker clearly having pole position here once again, so putting up the best time there earlier on today in heat number 2, and securing herself a position once again. Now we did have a bit of issues with their start in the last heat, so let's see if this time around if the 3 of them can manage to successfully do this time around. You can see that if they do go from left to right and they are swerving, they are warming up. And this is, of course, in the Micro Max category here at the Rotax Max National Karting Championship, Leg 6 in Swakopmund at the Swakopmund Go-Karting track, just outside Swakopmund, or as you enter Swakopmund to your right hand side. So if you get to that circle, you turn to your right and to your immediate right again. You can't miss it. Big go-karting billboard there. So do come join us, do come say hi. If you missed out on the action today, don't worry, November we'll be back. And now let's see if we can start this race off clean here for the Max Torino class. And it is, of course, Nikki in the pink helmet and Travis in the green. And Nikki going on the inside and securing her spot in the first position. But Travis tight on her, and he takes the steal on the inside. And it seems, nope, red flag. The red flag is up once again. So they'll have to restart this race again. And you can see that the marshals are already standing in line and ready to restart everything again. So as I said earlier on today, there was a bit of issues with this class in terms of getting things started, and it seems that it is continuing. Hopefully, let's hope this is the last one, as we had a few multiple restarts in the previous heats. And we are restarting things here at the Max Torino class as they come around that bend one last time. Let's hope for a good restart. And no, red. Ooh, have a bit of a bump there. It seems that Travis got a bit hurt there, and they're just checking up on him. He seems to be okay. And they're really trying to establish the difference or the start here, the restart between those carts. As I said, they had a bit of issues earlier on in terms of starting, and we've got the medical crew just making sure he's okay. He had a bit of a bump earlier on now with that stoppage there, with a red flag being pulled out. So let's really hope that this category can get things started and safely get things started. It seems like Nikki is also just being checked on her dad and making sure she's alright, and then Travis just making sure he's really okay, because we don't want anybody that is injured to continue racing. So just Hubert Esbach being patted there on the hat, on the helmet again. So yeah, so there the marshals confirm he's doing all good, he's cool, he's fine. Hubert Esbach as well, and Nikki. So it seems that all three of them are set and ready to go. Let's hope for them to fix this this time around and get the race under control for us. Green flags up, and this time around, let's see if we can get the Max Torino class to start off smoothly, and green flag all round. Seems like everything is under control this time around, and as Nikki goes around the corner leading things, followed by Travis, and that is of course the likes of Esbach in third position. So Nikki still leading the affair. Travis not far off, and he's still very hot on her heels as they come around the first hairpin turn, and they've got it. Beautiful racing there by these three so far. Clean start for them after all the jitters they've got, and we finally have the race under control here at the Rotax Max National Karting Championship. That is of course leg 6 here in Swakopmund. So a beautiful day that we've seen, but weather getting pretty cool now as the wind is coming up, and 21 laps to look forward to in this race, and Nikki leading the affairs straight from the get-go. And there we've got Esbach in your shot, and we can see that Nikki Benke, and of course that is Travis Nell, is really establishing their lead slowly but surely. And as we've got about 20 to 19 laps left in this race, so it's going to be a good one between these youngsters as they come around. And we saw Travis earlier trying to make moves on her in terms of heat number 2, and nothing of yet, maybe just in the earlier lap, the first lap, but from here on out it is just a smooth affair so far as they come around the hairpin turn once again. Still very much a close affair between the two of them. It however seems that Nikki is trying to establish a bit of a lead, just a slight lead, if I'm not mistaken. Travis isn't as close as he used to be, but it's the game of racing, and things can change so quickly here. You bad Esbach also in your shot there, and we're back in action with Nikki and Travis. So you bad a bit behind from the other two, but nonetheless enjoying the race and having fun. Like Darius Kotze said earlier on, that it's all about having fun. It's not always just about the races. It's about just enjoying it as well, and ultimately that's why they are into karting. So having so much fun out here today, and you can see by the two of these two, the competitiveness also very much healthy, and just trying to keep it alive, and beautiful racing by these two. Travis almost looking like he wanted to pull a move there on Nikki, and I think we've got a bit of a competition coming up here in terms of look how tight they are to one another. I think Nikki was caught napping there and actually got into the groove of things now again, and Travis chasing her down in cart number 237, pardon me. And look at the times, it's not far off. Actually, lap times are very close, and Travis actually having a faster lap time at this point in time than Nikki Banker. So Nikki definitely has to step up a gear or two, and that's just because he made a move on her. And look at that, bumper to bumper things. And there you've got Hubert Esbach as well, still chasing the likes of Nikki and Travis in this race. Unfortunately, just 3 of them in this category at this point in time, and that's of course the Max Torino class. And maybe in the future we could see a bit more of them in this one all together in one class. Now, of course, after this race, we do, of course, have the DT2 category as well as the DT2 Masters combining, as we just see one Master competitor today, and that's, of course, Mark Fillinger, who will be taking on or facing the likes of the DT2 categorians, and that is, of course, Justice Buechel and Ivan Forster and Richard Slammer Jr. So we've had some interesting races between those 3 in the last 2 heats. So it's going to be just good to see who starts at pole and who's going to end the race on top honors. So it's time to really see who's going to step out on top in the DT2 category. Now back into this race. Nikki Banker still leading the affair here, and Travis trying to make a move, but nothing yet as much of much significance at this point in time. A bit of a lead again, once again from Nikki, just a slight one, gaining some distance between her and Travis, so she doesn't feel too much heat. But Travis already coming back on the inside, trying to close it up and make sure. And it's interesting just to keep an eye on how these drivers are actually trying to pick a line when they do come around specific turns. And you see there Nikki on the outside, keeping it on the outside, and you see Travis actually driving more on the inside, trying to really push and see if he can push Nikki to her limits. And he's tried to make a move there, but unfortunately nothing came from that. And good defending there by Nikki to just keep him out. And that is what we spoke about earlier with Ivan, is that if you are not in the pole position and you are trying to chase down 1 and 2, you're going to have a tough time in terms of that, because overtaking on this track is not at all easy. So maybe in Windhoek they can try again, but here you've got to really work it hard, or hope for a mistake. Or another driver's misfortune, if I can put it like that. And Travis now opportunity on the inside. Mickey just overturning there, but still managing to control it there. So job well done there by her, and unfortunately for the likes of Travis. Maybe he can, if he can hold on for another 8 laps, somewhere along the line he can try and push Nikki Banker to the very limit, and maybe crack her and steal that first place position from her. So Nikki still very much in a good position in terms of speed, 19.28 kilometers per hour. And now look at that, how fast is that for those cars? As I said earlier, don't look to the kart, don't look to the size of the drivers. Look at the massive talent that they have on display. As they overlap, they racing a partner now at this point in time, Hubert Ensbach. So they're coming around that turn phenomenally. And Nikki still with a considerable good racing here, and trying, and Trevor's coming on the inside, but it's just not close enough to try and steal that position, that first position from Nikki Banker. And they're coming now in for lap number 6. There's just 6 laps left. Really getting tight here at the Swakopmund go-karting track, as Nikki has really been dominating within this race, as not as much as it did in heat number 2, but very significantly enough for her to actually have a steady lead here at this point in time. we did also talk to some of the competitors earlier today, and they actually prefer the cooler weather that is here in Swakop in terms of racing in those protective suits of these, in their racing suits. It gets pretty hot in there, and imagine with your adrenaline pumping and everything, and the G-force is pushing you down, and just all of it. It can get pretty hot in there. So this cool weather very much favored by the racers on the day, as we see Nikki still growing that lead of hers, and just a minimum of 4 laps left to go within this Max Torino heat or race before we face off or turn our attention to the cream of the crop, which is of course the DT2, DT2 Masters categories up next. And now just 3 laps left, with a second lap quickly approaching. So we'll see in the next lap or so, we'll see that final board just coming up, final lap board coming up for those two. So it's now or never, Travis. But I think he's the gap that Nikki established on him is just too great for him to try and make a move at this point in time. So once again, Nikki Benker there with the pink helmet in kart number 101, and followed by, that is of course Travis Nell, that has been giving her a tough time all day long in kart number 237. And what a race we've seen between these. And there we've got Hubert Esbach that span out there around the turn, and they're just pulling him off here, off the side. Nope, there he is. There he goes. And he's okay, he's safe, and he's back onto the track. And as we continue with the final lap here between Nikki Benker and Travis Nell, as they come around the hairpin turn for the last time and exiting, and now one massive turn. It's almost a drift turn, if you'd like, as they come down. And Nikki Benker must probably throw up her hands as the checker flag waves, and Nikki is then of course the champion of this race in the Max Torino category. What a beautiful race here by the youngster, dominating from the start and actually putting down his tempo, and really fighting it out and throwing away and defending at points, and just keeping it calm, if you like. Job well done there by Travis and Hubert Esbach as well. Job well done there for the two youngsters also chasing her down, and really great racing by these youngsters today. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have a race here for you. That is, of course, the DT2 and DT2 Masters category, where we've got an incredible race lined up for you between the likes of Justus Buchel, Ivan Foster, Richard Slammer Jr., and Mark Fillinger, who's, of course, in the fully orange kit there at the back. He's, of course, our master competitor, but he is alone today, so he'll be driving with these three in this category just to make up for that lost time. So here we go, and we've got a race, and Justus from the start, Richie taking up second, stealing that one from Ivan Foster, and we've got a race here, ladies and gentlemen. I think Ivan will be pretty mad with himself because he got stuck there between or after Richie in the previous race, and Richie would love to try and get what's his name, Justus, very early on to try and make sure that he stays in the race, because if Justus gets a gap on them, he's gone. So Justus there still leading in cart number 72, and the same with Richard, just there very tightly as they come around those bends in cart number 98, there in the second position in the green, followed by that is, of course, Ivan Foster in third. So a beautiful race always this, and you can see already Justus trying to look back and see what gap he has already established, and Ivan trying to go on the outside, but Richie still has his number on the inside, and a very good defending here from Richard to just try and keep Ivan out and at bay, and it makes it very difficult at this point in time for these races just to try and get by. As we said earlier on, if you're first in that pocket, it's tickets for you to try and get past somebody on this track. Good luck. And now we've got 19 laps left, 19 laps, and Ivan Foster on the inside. Has he stolen it from Richie? No, he hasn't. It's very tight between 2 and 3 at this point in time. Ivan keep making moves here on Richard, and Richard defending very well. They have to keep going at it, or they might get themselves in a bit of trouble here. And we see Ivan Justus, pardon me, actually creating quite a gap between him and 2. And whoever is 2 at this point, and we actually see Mark Fillinger actually racing a lot better than he did in the last 2, and staying very much within reach thus far. Mark obviously racing in the Masters category, so he'll be racing a lot less laps, and will go off earlier on, so just keep your eyes out for that. And Ivan on the outside, but Richie still has a bit of an edge with him, and it's a great race thus far. And coming around the turn is now, of course, Ivan and Richie still going at it in 2 and 3, but Justus just growing his gap slowly but surely. Look at that, masterful to watch. Look at him coming around that turn in cart number 72. A master at work clearly now, and York not favoring him, but it is his stepson, so at the ultimate time, actually, he says he is favoring him. And no, just beautiful racing between these three. And as I said, Mark just showing some class here and keeping up with the youngsters. Of course, racing like this with the G-force and the speed and everything can put quite a number on your body, and going over these bumps and the huddles or bumps on the road definitely put some strain on your arms and such. So you've got to be quite fit to do the sport as well. And we just don't see Richie moving at all, and not giving Ivan Foster a gap at all at some points, and Justus continuing to grow his lead at this point in time. And we only have 13 laps left in this race, as we still see a battle between 2 and 3 for that is, of course, the DT2 Masters category, DT2 category pardon me. And there you got it, 2 and 3 coming on your screens there. Very tight race, and I think Ivan will be pretty mad at himself because he actually started in pole, second position on pole, and Richie just stole it on the inside earlier on. So beautiful racing there by Richard, and I think Foster will just be a bit upset with himself that in the beginning of this race that Richard could steal that second position from him. But Justus, look at him just creating a massive gap there, just continuing to create that gap. Beautiful racing there by him. And at the far back, we've got the Mark Fillinger, who is, of course, in the Masters category, racing against himself all time, still trying to go for those top positions, locking it down for him. And then you still see the fight between 2 and 3 continues, as Justus has definitely shown his inside intentions. He put himself in a very good position earlier on in heat number 1 to jump and make sure that he secures himself a first pole position in heat number 2, and thus also getting a first pole position in heat number 3. Pardon me. And that, of course, leading to him, look at that, just creating a massive gap and leading the fight up to, that is, of course, Richard Slummett Jr. and Ivan Foster for 2 and 3. We've got about 8 or 7 laps left in this race, and it's a beautiful day here at Swakopmund as we bring you the National Go-Karting Championship here at Swakopmund racetracks, just before you enter Swakopmund, if you like, from Windhoek side, or as you exit it on your left-hand side. So beautiful racing. If you'd like to come here, maybe next time in November, we will be concluding the series later on this year, while the next one will be hosted in Windhoek in October. So definitely something to look forward to. And just look at the speed. Slummett at this point in time having the faster speed, and Ivan trying to come back on the right hand side and unfortunately missing out once again, just not fast enough, and also going on the left hand side, and there is a very tight affair between 2 and 3, and there goes Fillinger. As I mentioned earlier, he ends a few races before the DT2 category, so he's completed his race, while the race continues. The other two continue. Now you can see Ivan still trying to go out on the left hand side and trying to fight him off, but Richard just defending so good. Buchel with a beautiful, the fastest lap time in the last lap, and that is of course 26.7, followed by Slummett with 26.8 and 26.9. So milliseconds, split seconds splitting these three from their top positions. Now we only have got about 3 to 4 laps left in this race as it comes to a conclusion nearly. Any mistake now from any one of these, and they'll be losing quite some time, or possibly a position. And you see Ivan still closing it up and making a great turn there. And three laps left as Richard continues here. Continues to defend and fend off Ivan Foster for that third position. Ivan still fighting very hard. You can see he really wants to try and get past Richie for that second position and try to finish today in second, for just to make sure that he secures those extra points. But unfortunately, it still seems that Richard is controlling him there at the back, just defending, making sure he doesn't get those lines, and making sure he picks his lanes first. And that makes it ultimately very difficult for Foster to try and come around. And of course, Justus is having a jolly good time here in front with a massive a lead for him, of course. And now, final lap board being pushed out. One more lap to go, and what a lap! And it's almost a half a lap left. It's a half a lap left. Nothing more that we can do for Richard and Foster. Unfortunately, if Foster doesn't get anything right now, it's a little too late. And we see Justus coming around there. Ladies and gentlemen, Justus' vehicle takes heat number 3, and followed by, that is of course Richard Slummer Jr., and then of course that is Ivan Foster. What a beautiful race there by the 3 youngsters, and you can see that the race is done immediately. Tempo is lost, and red flags out. Beautiful racing, entertaining racing, and beautiful defending, if I must, from the likes of Richard Slummer Jr. Beautiful racing there. And what a beautiful day it was to have all of you here with us. It's been absolutely amazing. Hope you were entertained by all of them as we were from the side. what a beautiful day we've had here at the Swakopmund go-karting track, where we brought you the Rotax Max National Karting Championship Leg 6. Now, York, I'm a happy presenter. I don't know how you feel as an organizer.
All smiles. Now I'm happy. Yeah. I think it went well. No accidents. That's the first, or no injuries. That's the first or important part. It's quite a safe sport. Yeah, but from an organizing point, I think everything went quite well. There's always some nitty-gritties. We need to learn on that, but yeah, excellent. Happy.
So overall, good one. Next one, we're coming down to the wire now. Just 2 more races left for the series 7 and 8. 7, where is it happening? What is happening? Just inform us.
Yeah, Leg 7 will be in Windhoek on Tony Ross track on the 24th of October. So that's going to be Leg 7, and then the final will be on the 19th of November again here in Swakopmund.
Awesome stuff. So to all the viewers at home, if you have missed it, it's of course the 24th of October, and then the last one here in November. So don't miss all that action. York, from us and you and all the crew and the people having so much fun here, it's goodbye, and we'll see you on the 24th of October in Windhoek. One more thing.
Yeah. I want to thank obviously our sponsors. Here it goes, Standard Bank, our main big sponsor, making it possible that you guys can be here, that we are on NBC. And then Motel is also one of our big ones, and then all the other sponsors. But thank you for those, that's important.
There you've heard it. Thank you so much to all the sponsors. And from me to my crew and everybody here, it's ciao.